What's going on, people? I'm back. Starting to have fun doing this thing. Only with your guys' participation, though. Usually, if I'm struggle streaming by myself, it's not fun. But I appreciate you guys hopping on. I had my meeting talking about this. So, hold on. Let me show you guys what's going on here. So, how can I? This is our content studio here. So this is our real estate brokerage, and we focus on, the focus is bad. Ironically, this is our content studio. This is in our real estate brokerage office. And we're a real estate brokerage, but many real estate brokerages do not. I'm sorry, let me get this back to where it should be. Many real estate brokerages do not really provide much of a benefit to their agents. Let me fix this. Am I framed okay? Okay. Oh. In the US, the agencies don't benefit agents a lot, in my opinion. I've been an agent for a long time now. We run our own brokerage. So I wanted to provide value, and the best value in real estate right now is video on social media marketing. Shay, what's up, man? When are you going back? Because I know you're like one of the first people that reached out to Dennis, I think. So I remember, so it's going to be really cool to meet up with a lot of people out there, because a lot of people are looking to go in the summertime. But anyway, got the real estate brokerage that does social media marketing for everybody, because I think it's the future, hence why I'm here. Wow. I'll tell you guys, running a business is hard, and scaling is very challenging. June 26th. So how long are you going for? Because I'll be there. I might be lying, but around July 10th. So we'll see what's going on with that. But running a business is hard. We just had a meeting with one of my business partner that I brought in to hopefully manage things when I'm not here, as I make my transition to Kenya. Oh man, that's a lot to talk about. But yeah, so this is a funny thing. I see a lot of people wanting to move overseas. I'm having these conversations a lot in person. And I guess part of it is because Kenya comes up, people ask me about it. But I think a lot of people are starting to have this idea, because the cost of living in the US and the lifestyle and the culture here is it worth it? I think I'm going through a bit of a midlife crisis, okay, because I'm 37. What is life about? I've reached many goals that I had as a young man, and I'm going through that. If you watch the Artie Real Estate podcast, we have 2 episodes out. In the second episode, I kind of talk about a lot of that. So check out Artie Real Estate on YouTube. There's a podcast there that we're launching and has 2 episodes. And we kind of go into details about that. Like, I feel like, in my 20s, it was all about grind, hustle. I had mad motivation. I could work all day. I could be really focused. I could grind to get to this point today. And then it's like, okay, but so what? It's like, I always wanted a Tesla Model S since they came out in 2012. I bought one in 2020, and I still appreciate it. But then you're like, I really want to buy a Lamborghini. You could do that forever, and kind of you got to find deeper meaning in things. So that's kind of where I am at in life, I guess. Shay said 10 days, but coming back in October for the long term. Are you staying? Because you got married to someone in Kenya or something. Hopefully I'm not giving out all your business, but I need to know about that because it's part of my plans. So if you know anything about what is it, citizenship or residency on the marriage route, I'd be interested in knowing what's going on with that and how that process is. Oh boy, is this some passport bro stuff? Let's read it. 29% of Black women are married, with 36% of Black men married, and a total of 32% of Black adults married. Some Black women intentionally moving over there for family life. I don't know what so I have a lady friend acquaintance that has been to Kenya, and the ladies ask what their experience would be like in Kenya, and I don't really know. I feel like we're going to live two different lifestyles out there, but I can't really. One thing about me is I don't want to speak to things that I don't know about. Gary Vee talks about that. He's like, I only talk about 2 or 3 things because that's what I know. And I think that's being responsible on the internet, is to try to, especially if you're in a business space, to only talk about what you know. All right, cool. Sorry, I snitched on you a little bit. I'll be doing that sometimes. Shay said, LOL, yes, I got married. Ellipsis. Any information you need, I got you. Okay. So are you getting residency? Like what's up with that? Because part of my business plans, I don't want to buy property on leasehold. So I need a way to do freehold real estate. And there's 2 avenues that I know, which is to create a corporation, LLC, whatever, in Kenya, but then you need a Kenyan with 10%. That's not really preferred, because you don't know, you got to know somebody, yada, yada, yada. There's all kinds of problems with that. But if I get citizenship, then I can just be a citizen. Or if you have permanent residency, can you own land? I don't know. Again, we're going to interview lawyers and accountants. That's high on the priority list when I get back in July. PP Bob, in 1950, more than 80% of Black adults married more than white, almost 70% Black adults single today. So I don't really get into all the dating stuff on this channel, but that's why we made the membership, because I have a lot of opinions about it. And one of the reasons, I'm a single guy, I'm not married. And so it's hard to talk about, but I would like a more traditional aspect, but not in a I think that gets dumbed down when you just say traditional or conservative or like whatever. I'm sort of open-minded in certain degrees, but like, a more family atmosphere, and that's definitely an African thing, and definitely exists in Kenya. Although Nairobi, they're pretty modernized, so you got to be careful to just go out there and crash out. And that's why I'm, again, this got to be members only. Like the dating experience and all that, I got to leave it to the members only. But we're going to build up the members only and start talking about that kind of stuff, because I can't be out here. I'm a professional. I can't be out here just telling you whatever about all that. So, but I'm with you, but there's nuance to it. I think people dumb down this travel thing with the women, especially if you're looking for something more serious. I think it's much more complicated. People make it seem like, oh, it's easy. You are from different worlds, and this goes into the video we're going to react to, especially for Black people. Like, you are an American. I don't care if you're mad at the country, you reject what America stands. You're an American. Trust me. When you go somewhere else, you are an American. You got American habits. You got American thought processes. Even if, for some reason you live in America and you hate your country that you live in, it don't matter because you're an American and you're dealing with, if you go to Kenya, you're dealing with a Kenyan woman. If you go to Colombia, they're a Colombian, and the culture is different. For me, that's why I want to learn the culture, language, and integrate more, because I do think that where you're from, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but where you are from and having thousands of years of history and culture can ground you as a person a lot better. And that's somewhat of what I'm seeking. So if you know what tribe you're from, your tribal customs, traditions, these are traditions, customs, religions are all things of that there's a reason why these ideas have survived for thousands of years, because they're beneficial to the human condition. Sure, some things need to modernize, but it's still it's really important. Like if you meet an Italian guy, they know what being Italian means and the expectations of the culture. They know what that means. How, like, you don't need to be told how to do things because your culture is built, like, already guides you in a certain way. And I think as Black Americans, which again is going to be to the video I'm talking about, there is a Black American culture, and that goes into the FBA, Foundational Black Americans, and all that stuff. But there's something to be able to draw on your ancestry throughout time. And I know that sounds spiritual and weird, and probably in my 20s, I think that sounds dumb, but I've realized there's some value to that. So we're going to talk a little bit more deeply about that in the future. PP Bob dropping the stats too. If you are single, you could put marriage options on the table with someone over there. If they are a good person, then you invest that way. Yeah, the complication as a foreigner, and this happens in the US, if people perceive that you have money, it's okay that a woman likes you because you have money. I think, like, if I had a daughter, like, a man's financial stability is a factor that you should calculate in the person that you're dealing with, in my opinion, but it shouldn't be the primary one. So how do you find someone that, how do we find someone that, I guess, cares about you for you? But as a man, I think there's some degree that you are based on your performance in a certain way. So I agree with that as well. So maybe I'm making a hybrid approach about these things, but that's kind of where I'm coming from. But you got to be careful is my point, and which I've been dealing with is, and then am I being too paranoid? I don't know. But again, this is going to be members only. Probably by the time we build this up, I'll be in Kenya and I'll talk real about some of this stuff. Joseph Beatus, visit first, stay for 1 year and figure things out. Yeah, I agree. You definitely need to visit wherever you're going, and figure things out. Yeah, I agree. Forget dating. You will get burnt easily. This is that passport bro thing. And dang, y'all gonna make me give up so many. I don't want to get too much into it, but what can I say here? You need to understand women before you start traveling, because you're going to get your pockets ran if you don't know what's going on. And that could be anywhere. That has nothing to do with Kenya or anywhere else. I mean, that could be anywhere. Because I see all these guys going to Thailand and losing all their money. There's YouTube channels about them losing everything. So you probably have a better experience overseas, but if you don't understand how to deal with women, and I'm still learning, but it's going to be bad for you. Shay said, yes, I'm looking into residency, but I might have to do the border running game for a minute. See, yeah. And because of what's happening in the States, a lot of these countries are responding with making it harder to get visas, residency, citizenship. So yeah, that's interesting. Diallo said facts. Facts on what? Tell me what you agree with. Jesse Whitehorn, what's up, man? I see you in the comments from time to time. We definitely got to connect. Jesse Whitehorn, retirement visas is what I'm interested. I think that's Schedule K in Kenya, or a 5-year visa. I have the 5-year ETA. Hopefully, you can get a better idea if that to pass along to us. Yeah. So a lot of these things are on the agenda. I just don't want to speak out of turn. And I think the content strategy or the information strategy, it doesn't even matter about content. I want to talk to and interview the people that are experts in these areas. So lawyers, accountants, and not just one, right? Because we want different opinions. Plus in Kenya, who you know is important. So you might be able to get something done that someone else can't get done because you know somebody. So we got to find all that. Okay. Because if you Google it, use ChatGPT, it'll tell you one thing, like getting a bank account. When I went to all the banks, they say you need a work permit. My real estate agent said, talk to this guy. And now I have a bank account. So what's that mean? Okay. And that's why I try to tell people, like, you do. That's why I'm excited to share information and help, especially because many of us are looking to go to Kenya for a lot of the similar reasons, the cultural connection, better opportunities. We want to help develop, get connected back with Africa. And, I don't want to be like super woke about it because that's not really the way that I'm coming from. But I do think the cultural connection is important, and it is a component of the reason why. So I want to be part of that community that's helping people. And you don't have to do it or not. I want to generally, I love to expose people to opportunities because you could change someone's life because they didn't know they could do something. Right. And they thought it was harder than it was. And so if I can give you one piece of information and then you go run with it and live a better life because of it, that's really cool. PP Bob's talking to Jesse Whitehorn, not sure, but think he could have mentioned in the past that there is a retirement visa over there for those above 35. Yeah, I think it's the Schedule K visa, but just because you have a resident, that's for residency, not a visa. Easy to get a visa. Residency is something else. And then I don't know if you have residency. Certain ones let you work and certain ones don't, or you can get a work permit once you have residency. Again, these are all things I haven't. I know, I have an idea about it, but I don't want to say for gospel what it is. And I take this little tiny platform. There's 15 of you guys in here. There's about 15 to 20 people. I take it very seriously. So I don't want to say something and mislead someone. Every female puts money or potential on the table to varying degrees. Yes. I just don't want that to be the primary factor. Jesse Whitehorn. Oh, thank you for signing up for membership. First of all, I really appreciate it. Like, I'm telling you, it means a lot to me because it's like real crazy. Like, wow, someone recognizes whatever you're doing, because when I first started posting, I don't know, I just wanted to show people what's possible. And now, for you guys to be in here, I really appreciate it. I don't want to harp on it too much, but I could go deep on it because it does mean a lot to me. PP Bob, the process, not the requirements. Someone that actually went through the retirement visa process. I know some people I've done consultations with who have been spending money on that, and I see why they wanted to go to get legit with the residency as soon as possible. It's a big question that people ask. This is a me thing, okay? Because I had this approach in the US is that, uh, you know, just because there's rules, what's the enforcement with taxes and all that stuff? Can you do what you're doing without whatever regulation is something that I'd like to at least know about. So I don't think there's a big reason necessarily to jump out for residency or citizenship if that's not in an alignment with certain goals. Because this stuff, first of all, it's hazard. Anything you're trying to do as a foreigner is hazardous. They see you coming, you're a foreigner, people can make money on you, even lawyers, whatever. So you have to be careful. So you have to take your time because I think if you rush anything in Kenya, you can get jacked up. And so, and this could have happened to me. I think I got lucky with the real estate people that I started working with because they had integrity, professional knowledge, and have taken care of me so well. Shout out to Dennis. So don't rush. Yusuf Beatus. I can't read things. I'm sorry. Investing is great in real estate. What do you think of finishing homes or apartments? What do you mean? Like renovating, or do you mean um like contracting work? I, I think there's a lot of opportunity for a lot of stuff. In the US, most houses are resold. In Kenya, it's kind of like not that common to resell something, which is interesting. But some business things, and again, I probably should put this in the members only, is I've been looking at concrete. But I've done a lot of research. There's actually kind of like a monopoly on it. But prefabricated concrete products, for example, there's these concrete panels that people are starting to use for housing instead of doing it on site. They bring in all these concrete panels and you can put up the exterior of a house in a day. I think that's an interesting business opportunity. But cement is an important thing, and you have to get cement to be able to make concrete. Where does it come from, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I say don't rush. Farming is something that I'm super interested in, whether it's cattle or chickens. Don't tell anybody, guys, but I'm vegetarian, so it's a little hypocritical of me, I guess. But some kind of livestock farming. I'm not really super interested in crops just because I don't know anything about plants. Really, I don't know anything about animals, but this seems a little bit easier. Khalees, we were talking about earlier on the other live, has a whole bunch of acres. And also, in the back of my mind, this is like jobs for people. So we're like contributing, and for the infrastructure, like keeping the money within Kenya is a big thing for me. So I think any approaches that I have to business, how can we benefit the community and how can we keep the money circulating within the country versus extracting the money? I don't know if you guys have seen an American company got the contract to build the Nairobi Mombasa expressway. So just like there's an expressway from the airport to Westlands. So the airport's pretty far south, and Westlands is city center, we'll say, although CBD is really center, but Westlands is where everyone wants to go. The Chinese built an expressway, but it has a toll road. Now this American company came in and they're going to charge tolls for, like, they're going to build the highway, I think for free or a very low cost, but they're going to own the rights to the tolls. So now when Kenyans or whoever's using that expressway, that money is getting extracted out of the country. I don't want to get into Kenyan politics, and I don't don't want to speak to why if it's good or bad, but the observation of that, I think it'd be cool. Like, dang, why? It makes me think, why aren't there local companies that are able to do these contracts so the money can stay within the country? Is basically where I'm thinking. And it's like, how can I play a role in that? And this is how you come up with a business idea. And that's why Kenya is so interesting, is that there's so many things, and our perspective, or my perspective, is different as an American business person. I might be able to see things that, because foreigners come to the US and they see opportunity because they see the gaps and they have a different point of view. And I think that works the other way when you come from the US, especially because your money goes further. So if you could only build one house in the United States, you could probably build 4 or 5, 6, and your impact could be bigger. I think that's really appealing and exciting, and probably one of the biggest things I'm excited about. I'm just trying to move in the right way, because there's a million ideas. Yosef said you need the connections. You were right. Oh, let me drop the if you guys want to come hop into the chat, we can also, you can hop up here. There's the link. Feel free to hop on. Just don't be weird. Shay said, "Oh my God, I wanted a bank account." If you're working with Dennis, right? So ask Dennis. He'll probably give you the same guy I used. It costs some money, $10K, but you can get an account. PP Bob, other cultures like Latin America or maybe the continent of Africa might be more on the relational spectrum, like how Hispanics and Asians move stateside, but US more on the transactional spectrum. Yeah, I think I know what you mean by that. Even me, I look at business first, but I think the real calling for me is cultural. And I'm 37. I'd like to have kids. I'd like them to have a cultural grounding. I want them to have a more meaningful life than I think the US. It's easy to fall into hustle culture, money culture. What you have is your main worth, and I don't like that. Most societies love investors, particularly real estate investors. It feels like that so far. The land laws are kind of interesting. Sid, what's going on, Sid? I appreciate you. You got your camera? Can I hear you? I don't know how to hear backstage. This is my first time like bringing people on here.
Hello?
Yo.
Hey.
What's going on, Sid? How are you?
I'm good. You hear me?
Yeah.
You want me to turn on my camera?
I mean, if you feel comfortable, yeah.
Okay.
What's up, man?
Yeah, how you doing? I work from home anyway. I work in New York City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I've been in Kenya. I was there 2024. But I'm originally West African, but that was my first time visiting Kenya. I've been listening to your program, and I'm more involved into buying property in West Africa because I work remotely. I work in finance, right? So this was my first time buying something in Kenya, uh, and I think West Africa worked a lot good for me, specifically Cote d'Ivoire, Abidjan, and Guinea, West Africa, and also Liberia. So they turned out to be good. But buying property in West Africa is capital intensive. You have to come with physical cash. It's almost like Kenya, right? Mm-hmm. It's not like in America where everything is on credit. So I bought 4 unit properties in Nairobi. I have 3 in Kilimani and 1 in Westland. Yeah. So there's a property in Westlands they call Shangri-La. I don't know if you're familiar. Shangri-La. It's very close to a GTC building. Okay. Yeah. And there's another one in Kilimani they call Polaris, and also Skyline. So 2 is finishing this year. 1 is finishing October 31st this year. So I'll be there in September. And there's another one finishing in December. So I want to try Kenya market. I may not keep all the full. I mean, probably when you appreciate in value, we have already paid for 2. And the other 2 that is finishing in 2026, I'm still making payment on those 2, right?
Right.
And that's two studios and two bedroom. 2-bedroom in Kilimani, 2 studio in Kilimani, and 2-bedroom in Westland. So and I hear you talking about wiring money through Chase, but I do with Citibank. So I don't have any difficulty wiring my money through Citibank. You know, it takes probably 24 hours for them to receive the money, you know. And I believe that's the best way to send payment, because when you send Wave or any other means, the rate is very low. But when you pay them USD, they give you the market rate, which is higher than sending money through SendWave or something like that. So
Interesting, because Chase killed me on the conversion rate one time when I sent through USD. It was
but to Swift code, because if like for Citibank, when you go on Citibank website, you can wire the money without even contacting anybody, and probably it will take less than 24 hours. They will receive the money, and it will give you the market rate that is in Kenya at that specific time. They will look at the rate at that time. But when you pay in local currency, it's almost like you are losing. And also when you use SendWave, you have to pay the fees and all of that. But for Citibank, you pay $35 fees flat. Any amount, it's just flat rate. So
interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, man.
I want to know. Wait, where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Liberia.
Oh,
but okay. But I'm from the Mandingo tribe. This Mandingo tribe is very common in West Africa. It's the Spring Mandingo in Guinea, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, a lot of West African countries. So that gave me flexibility of investing in most of these West African countries.
So, what made you pivot to purchase some in Kenya, since you have stuff in West Africa, Ivory Coast, and what other country?
Guinea Conakry.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and in Liberia also. Yeah, the reason is because I work remotely, I have a flexibility of traveling. I work in finance, so the company that I work for, or the one remotely, but I live in New York City, Harlem. So it gave me the flexibility of traveling. So when I went to Kenya, the water is beautiful. It's not like West Africa where the water is very hot. So I really love Kenyan water. The water is so beautiful. And, the people, they are very nice restaurant. You could live quality life in Kenya far better than anywhere.
You like New York?
I really like New York. I don't know. I won't say that money, opportunity, I don't have property in Emerald. The only property that I have here is the 3-bedroom that I live in, the condo that I live in. But besides that, I'm more focused on investing in the stock market.
Okay.
My focus is index fund. I invest a lot in index fund, SPY. Those are my focus.
It's funny because I've been pivoting my my U.S. real estate. I've been selling some stuff. I've been moving some of the funds that I get to Kenya, and then the stock market more versus I think I'm real estate in the U.S. I'm like,
yeah,
I don't know. What's your thoughts on that?
Well,
Jesse, I see you. I'm going to bring you up in a minute. Thanks for hopping on.
Yeah, I have friends that they're in the business of. I don't Jerry, because here's the thing. The difference between Africa and here. If someone say that he's not going to pay your rent, you can call police and get.
I knew you were going to say that,
right? But in America, I've seen friends that have property. People live in their house for a couple of
Been
years.
there 6 months, and you still gotta fix it, even though they're not paying.
Right. So
Great.
like Abidjan, I have an apartment complex. There's a 30 apartment. And I know I'm going to get my 199.9% every month. You know, no matter what, I'm still going to get that money. Right. And the one you give me again, I'll give you 1 more chance. If you don't pay the following month, I'll just send police officer or military guy to kick you out.
Get out. You're not paying.
But then I have friends here that live in New Jersey. They have, and you know, the return that they get on their property, I don't really know. After paying all their mortgages and all of that, some of them will tell me they get $200 or $300 after paying all these expenses. When there's a break, they have to face all of that too. So America's housing market is not my focus. You know, I believe in stock market. And I invest in individual stock, specifically if the market, if by the dip, like 5 months ago when Trump was
tariffs.
That I bought Navia, what the AI
NVIDIA,
right. And I bought Microsoft, Metal, you know, because all these stock were all the way down. So I took probably 40 or 50,000 and get through into it. And now they all look good, you know. So my focus is more of index fund.
You're talking my language, man. I agree with everything you're saying.
I don't rush.
It feels good because I don't always have these conversations. So it's funny for you to reinforce some of that.
Yeah. I don't focus on individual stock. I'm not a trader. I'm an investor. So any money that I put in the stock market, I'm not thinking of getting it out. It's there forever, you know. So
I try to tell people that because, you know, when people get introduced to this, they think that they're going to trade,
right,
and you know, every day make 5%, you know, per day, and it just doesn't work like that.
But I really like your show, man. Your show is very mature. Now when they're talking about ladies, even though you go there, you have fun. You have fun with ladies, but the invest also to try to keep your job. You know, I really like your show. Some people may find it boring, but I really like it, especially when you are showing your apartment. Because I don't know, I invest in those apartments, right? The only thing that probably if I'm meeting in Kenya, I want you to help me when those properties finish. I want you to do the inspection for me. I remember when you were walking to an apartment, you were showing all these mistakes. I was like, damn, this guy, he knows what he's saying. I'll probably try to hook up with him when I'm in Kenya, so he can help me with my property to show some of those mistakes, you know, how to fix them. Because in Kenya, immediately when the property is finished, they will give you 6 months to make sure that anything that you're not satisfied with, they can fix it for you, right? So I'll be there by October. My first property is finishing October 31st, 2025. And the second one is finishing December 2025. And the other two is finishing 2026 December. So I'll definitely try to, I'm not going to do it for free. I'll just give you something to look into the apartment to see what are the mistakes that you think that the Chinese guys need to take care of, you know.
Yeah, I could do that, you know, if I'm, you know, I'm still making my progress to be more present in the country, but you know, if I can help out, I definitely will.
All right. Yeah, I mean, no problem. Once I get there, if we are there at that time, because mostly when I go, I spend like 4, 5 months, 6 months.
Oh, okay. That's what I try to do.
But now it's the busy season for all. We are in the second quarter right now. So around August, September, December, I mean, that's the best time for me to travel, you know.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. And you know, it's funny with the content. I appreciate that because I try to keep it mature, but I do like to have fun.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
You know, but I'm trying to find like the balance, you know, 'cause I'm middle aged, right? So I feel like I have experience, you know, I've been in real estate for 15 years. I don't know Kenyan real estate like that is new, but I'm trying to give an honest perspective without trying to sound like an expert, because I just want to share
Right.
I want people to see my experience, and they can make their own decisions based off of that. And then if there's things I could do to help, I will do that. So
Right.
that's where I'm coming from.
And I'm not a nightclub guy too either. Like
You're
you said, all I do once I go, I see one good girl. She's still with me. She live with me. I make sure I'm safe. I go
I'm
around.
starting to get there. I
That type of
get
person.
it. It's getting it's hazardous sometimes. Let me bring Jesse up into here,
Thank you.
because he's been waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool. I'm just waiting, just smoking.
Jesse,
Nice day.
what's up? You making me want to smoke a cigar? What's going on, man? How you doing?
What's up? Yeah, just want to connect with you. Whatever. I like your channel. It's more like you said, it's more, it's like mature. From not like like other channels with the passport bros chasing women and all that. I like this. It's
There's
more.
a place for that,
Yeah, there's a place for that, but not for me. Because
I got you.
I'm just trying to get down there to relax. Just, hopefully, this project be done in 2 more years, just to get my feet wet. I'm not trying to live there full time. Just
Okay.
maybe 6 months out of the year, get a condo, and maybe get like a 6 bedroom house. On outskirts. I'm more like a country person.
Well, okay.
So
Have
the
you
city.
been here before?
Yeah. I've been to Kenya last year. I hooked up with Dennis and my
Oh, okay.
city, my first one.
Oh,
It's
so
I was looking around.
what made you want to purchase property?
The thing is, well, I was looking because I work with a bunch of guys and different nationality. They got houses in Mexico and Italy, and so I like, well, why not Africa? And it popped up. I figured I'd just do that.
And to Sid's point, Sid, I think, see, I understand because I have a real estate degree, which is basically a finance bachelor's degree, right? And I see the benefit of loans or leverage, right? You can your return on investment is exponentially higher, but at the same time, having debt can be problematic. So in a way, I like the fact that the access to debt is less and you can own these properties outright.
Yeah, that's a good thing to have. Yeah, because
Right.
when I retire, I got 7 more years before I retire. But I'll be 57. I'm 50, so it's like 7 more years. I can retire. But it's too young, so I probably just wait till 62. Collect my early Social Security. Go back with my pension, my white pension. So we'd be way out there.
Your mic's cutting out a little bit, but I hear you.
Yeah, well, I got the meta glasses on, so I don't know if it's just a lot of wind. It's windy where I'm at because I'm like in the country.
He said, "I'm
I
in
don't know.
the country with the cigar."
Yeah, I'm like 50 miles outside of Chicago, whatever.
Okay, so you really in the country.
Yeah, because out here's more space. Got an acre of land. I need my space. That's why I said condo is cool out there, but I need my space. Like Cameron is
Nairobi is probably kind of hectic for you.
yeah. That's for the wife. Because wife like the rooftop. She like the rooftop eater stuff like that. That's for her. Like a condo in the city for her, but I still want to be just use it for the weekends and during the week, going out there for like 3 or 4 months. I want to be in a house because I want to invite like family over. I want a house big enough I could invite like 3, family members over. Everybody had their own bedroom, bathroom. Chill out.
Yeah, I agree. I'm like I want to do both. So I feel like purchasing off-plan apartments is really easy and not like there's not a degree of difficulty. And so once I get more established, then I'll look for, because it's funny. I didn't, you see the barbed wire, you see the gates and all that, and you're like, oh, this is a bad neighborhood, because that's how we interpret things. But now I like the idea of having a compound with a wall around it, gate, on your own, like in a certain area. So that is attractive. But to build like the estate, for me, I'm waiting until later, I guess, till I'm more situated. Because the city, I like your wife, I like to be in the rooftops and all that stuff too. Like I'm out at some nice restaurant every time when I'm there every evening. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, because I was looking at the grocery down the street from the GTC. It was just too many tall buildings for outskirts of Westwood. You know,
Too many tall buildings.
yeah, because the block
Have
I'm
you
on
been,
is
have you been out to the different suburbs? Have you been out to any of them areas?
no, I don't just did the Westwood, like Laverton, just looking around this
You're
way.
gonna have to,
My first,
you got to pump your brakes till you get out there.
yeah, I got to see because you know, 'cause like I said, I didn't like the Grocery area. There's too many tall buildings and stuff like that. You know, I want something a little bit more open space, more green. So that's why I chose the outskirts of Westwood.
Right.
You know, around like the school district where there's not going to be, it's zoned, there's so many floors, like 14, 16 floors zoned out. Because I can't do Airbnb in my unit. I can't do Airbnb. It's only like rental.
Oh, okay.
Which, because I don't want to be somewhere with a whole bunch of people passing through.
Your
Well,
mic
also
still
like,
isn't cutting out, but I can kind of hear you. I don't know
yeah,
if everybody else can hear you, but
because I like the fact, I like the fact of the tall walls and stuff like that. Everything is pretty much gated inside kids. Like I tell people, you go out there, have an open mind because it's not like here. You know, everything is gated behind the walls, so you gotta go through security just to get inside your own condo, maybe. Which I'm okay with that. So you know, you have to be used to that. Like I tell people, look at, I know they're still developing. If you look at like Beijing or Dubai 30 years ago, it's different. So you gotta go out there with an open mind because eventually you might get there.
yeah, the security is cool. This is why I want to have a car, because it's annoying when you have an Uber and then sometimes they let the Uber in, sometimes they don't. Then you gotta get out. Then they, like, if they don't recognize you, then you gotta, like, it's a lot of friction. Versus, you know, that's one thing. When I'm in the States, I get in my car, I go to the store, boom, I'm back. It's faster. Nairobi is, because of the security, sometimes can be a little bit slower from my experience. That's why I want to have my own car. They'll know me. I'll just go through the gate, boom, you know, no problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not telling to drive because you know I drive 25,000 pounds a year going back and forth to the city to work, and I drive for a living. I drive garbage.
Oh, okay.
So I drive for. I do so much driving. I don't want to drive at all. I want to Uber.
It is nice, but it gets a little old waiting for them, and then they, you know, I feel like they try to run game. Let me hit some comments here. PP Bob, AI is driving a special type of concrete that does not rot, with capacity to be part of 3D printed prefabs. Yosef said, next time you there, we'll take you around Malindi. Oh boy, my pronunciation, they're going to get on me. Oh no, Sid, you don't speak Swahili, right? You West African. Ukunda.
No, I don't speak Swahili at all.
Right, cool.
No.
What language is Mandinka speak?
Mandingo. It's a very
Okay.
Mandingo. It's a very common West African tribe. It's all over West Africa. It's almost like Ibrahim Traore. It's the same language that he speaks.
Really?
Yeah, when you go to Ivory Coast again, you know, it's the same. Yeah, it's very common, you know. But yeah, I don't speak Swahili, you know. But I don't really like driving because I did all my life in New York. I'm not a big fan of car. I have no own car before.
Oh, really?
Nah,
New Yorkers.
I just don't like car, you know. So I can deal with Uber. I don't know how you're gonna be able to drive in.
I drove before.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. Again, this is part of like me integrating, is like learning how to drive. You know, because it's weird. The first time I would have to like put my head down and not look because of how I would get stressed out driving.
Yeah.
Even Uber drivers driving, I'm stressed out by the time I get there.
Yeah. It's crazy.
But in the city, I don't see accidents, even though everyone's like 3 inches away from each other. So there's what I realize is there's like a rhythm. Like they know what the boda driver's doing. They know what Tatu's going to do. Like they know.
Yeah.
So I think it's cool if I learn. So I don't know. It's like a challenge that I want to take on, is learn how to drive.
And a lot of African countries are like that. It's because America, everybody want their right. If people want to make some money out of insurance, they do accident intentionally. But in Africa, when you damage it, you got to fix it by yourself. Probably that person is broke. He doesn't have money, so
yeah, right. You better figure it out. Yeah.
But when I used to drive in New York, but New York, everybody is like praying to have an accident, like just trying to make some money, you know.
Yeah, the driving, but the highway driving, that's where I want to have a car, because I don't want even a car service, because I feel like that's very dangerous when you get onto the highways outside of the city.
Oh yeah.
Man, the trucks are overtaking, the buses are trying to overtake, they in the wrong lane. I follow a lot of Kenyan news. I see a lot of fatal accidents, pictures of cars.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing head-on collisions. Like, yo, you guys are, because when I went to Nakuru, they're overtaking our drivers like passive, and I'm just looking at other cars coming straight at us like, oh my God, please just get there slower. Like, I don't need to get there that fast. Like, please just don't do it.
I don't see myself visiting places like that because I'm more of like a city guy. You know, I wake up, go to service center, go to those, you know, they have rooftop bars, places that you can hang out in the city. You know, I don't have to take that risk to go to Mombasa because the way the people drive, you know. So I don't even sit on the motorbike. I see people sitting on motorcycle. I say, are you crazy?
Oh, no. I'm not getting on a boat. They're like, well, it's faster. No, I'll sit in traffic. I'm good. So, Jesse, what's your experience driving?
Well, I wouldn't do it out there. My thought is maybe because I connected with a driver, I was thinking about maybe I can get enough people, we can get enough expats, can just, you know, we can have like a single driver that can drive us around and, you know, put him on a salary or some type of sort. Just drive for us. You know, we'll help you buy the car. We'll buy the car for you, whatever. Just drive us around. That way we don't have to drive.
I know some Kenyan ladies that their family has a driver. So that's an interesting idea. I guess I'm independent. Fuck that. I'm gonna drive. You know, because I just want to go when I want to go. I don't want to wait and all that. You know.
Yeah, but
you know, because I thought about, you know, like shipping a car down there, but you know, for the price, I don't know how the tariffs. You know, I don't think it's like 100% tariffs down there on a car.
Well, you could buy a car that's not from the U.S., right? So it's not. The prices are weird. Like, I don't know how they compare because also the model of the cars are different. So but I want to buy F-150 Raptor, and that is a used one. I think like a 2016. It's like 4 million. That's like what, 25 grand. I don't know what that looks like in the US, but it seems reasonable, I think.
Yeah.
You sure? Because a Raptor, I mean, like a Ford Raptor.
Yeah, Ford Raptor.
Because the Ford Raptor inside US, I mean, those like $80,000 trucks.
Well, I'm saying a 2016 though. So what, 9 years old.
Okay, that's a decent price.
Yeah, right. Well, that sounds reasonable, right?
I thought about get an electric scooter or something. I don't know, to move around.
Oh God, no! I'm scared
because I'm not trying to do that much moving. Because I just want to just basically just go to the restaurant. I'm just chill. I just want to place quiet, decent, smoke my cigars and just eat. I'm not trying to move around. I'm not trying to do a lot of clubbing. Might do some, you know, go out once in a while, but I just want to relax when I retire.
Okay, yeah, I feel you. You know, I'm trying to. Well, I'm 37, so you're 50.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not there yet, but almost. Like I'm feeling it. Like the club is a lot, but I like a lounge. You know, Oyster Bay.
Yeah, I like Alloy. I would love to, you know, with Esquire. I would love to be a member of that cigar lounge. Esquire.
Cigar room in Alloy is very nice. The view, that's one of my go-tos.
Yeah, I would be there every day. You know,
and it's affordable for in our opinion, because the lady was like, "Oh, was it a 10K minimum or something? It might have been 5K. I don't know." I was like, yeah, who cares? So let's go. She acted like it was a lot of money. I was like, yeah. But Nerd Nova Tech said, "Could you talk about the Pandora project? That one caught my attention." So I want to talk about it but I don't know enough to talk about it other than it seems really cool. that shopping mall in there sounds crazy, but again, you got to be careful buying stuff you haven't seen them do it before. So I don't know.
It's similar to the GTC. You know, the GTC got the shopping mall and the restaurant.
I ain't never been. I don't even go. Like, I try to stay on the. I don't want to go anywhere too touristy. It's not that it's touristy, but like for example, some people only like to stay in Westlands. I like to be in Kilimani. I feel like I'm in more like not. I don't know. Like it's not
Projection.
It's not that touristy. It's like I'm kind of still in the city, like normal part of the city. I don't know.
Like a major city.
Yeah, like I feel like I'm in Kenya versus I went to Botanica or Mercado. It has like two names. It was all white people in there. You know, that's
Yeah.
You know, not that I'm not saying it's a bad, but it's a different vibe than being in other places.
Well, yeah, no, that's the reason why I want to go to South Africa, because I want to be close. I want to be more black people.
Yeah, that's
like a South Africa.
That's my thing too.
Yeah. But I'm about to jump out, in case somebody else want to jump in,
Appreciate you. Stay in touch.
Yep.
Talk to you. Yosef, how's the interior for the finishing? But I don't know where if you want to reiterate like what you mean, because if you watch my videos, the tile work be killing me. Everything, the paint and tile work, like they will paint over an outlet a little bit and not fix it, so that's where I'm at on the finishing. What Sid, what's the finishing like in Côte d'Ivoire?
Well, like the project that I have in Côte d'Ivoire, mine was an apartment complex. I did the entire building.
Did you build it?
Yeah, it's about 30 apartment units. Yeah,
affordable or like luxury? What level?
Oh, it's up to 5th floor.
Up to 5th floor, but I'm saying like, what's the quality level? Like, is it like like based on the local economy? Like, how is it priced?
Well, I would say middle class. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, almost like this scene with Kilimani. Yeah, I think it was my best.
That's middle class.
Yeah, but it's not in the same size that you see in Kilimani, like 2016 or 20. It's just 5 floor.
Okay.
Each floor has 6 apartments. And in fact, on the right hand side, I have 1 bedroom. On the left side, and I have studios. So that give me passive income constantly. I don't, so that's why I was able to pay off those apartments.
So did you have connections with the builders? Like, so this is not like Liberia, right? So you're in Côte d'Ivoire. How did you figure out who should build it, the laws, like, I feel like there's a lot of things to learn about that.
Yeah, it's almost like you will find it very difficult, but that's the part of Africa that I came from. Do
you think the region is similar? So you didn't have a as big of learning curve then?
No, I didn't struggle because I have friends that are from there, and I have my sister that's married there. I have the connection. So, and I built on top of the building, I have a penthouse. I put a penthouse on top of it. Yeah, so when I go there, I can able to live. But we're in Nairobi. I need to be a little bit careful. I'm keeping one of the apartments for myself. That's going to be, there's a project very close to CJ. I don't know CJ in Kilimani, that's right by Yaya Center. That project is right opposite CJ.
Capricorn.
What's that?
Is it Capricorn?
No, not Capricorn. This is in Juma. They call it Scotland. It's right opposite Yaya Center. When you go, you're going to see it. I think they are on 11th floor now. But that's the one that finished in 2026. So I have 2 studios over there.
Okay.
but I'm only going to keep one of the studio for myself. I'm not going to rush to put it on rent. I want to study the place first, and see what I want to do with it. But the one that I in Westlands, I'm targeting United Nations because UN is moving in soon.
Mhm.
So I have friends that work with UN, and also one of the things I was able to do, I recruited other West African to invest in Kenya. So I try to hook them up with the Chinese developer, and they give me like 2 or 3%. Each
Mm.
client that I bring, they give me only 2%.
Yeah, that's some of the things that
That
I'm
helped me.
looking into. But I get being on the internet, there's an integrity thing. So I got to make sure we do it the right way because I've
Oh
been
yeah,
approached about that kind of stuff a lot.
yeah.
But again, I don't know if you were on the other one, but transparency is important for me. So
Oh
when
yeah.
people know what's going on.
Right. That's why for now, our advice is not good to do with anybody. You gotta get a feeling for the market first, even though you just bought your first property.
Yeah.
You want to make sure how it goes first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before you start telling other people to bring their money over
I agree.
because what I heard, what I realized in Nairobi, everybody is selling stuff, and my concern is
Mm-hmm.
I'm concerned about the inflow of properties in the market that making me concerned.
I
Uh,
want to talk about that because I don't like to talk about return because people
mhm,
talk about Airbnb or unfurnished rentals. And I'm
right.
like, well, I don't know the vacancy rate. So, and then you're seeing, I'm at the rooftop restaurants that I like to be at.
Yeah,
You look around, there's like 20 projects.
yeah, exactly. It's project all over the place.
There's thousands of units coming into the market. What does that do to the rent and
Yeah,
to Airbnb market? I go on Airbnb. There is a very big selection.
right,
What does that mean? And
right,
so if I'm doing a calculation on what I think I'm going to make, I would have no idea. Like I don't even have a ballpark about it
right,
because the first property I got, it was like, do I furnish it and run an Airbnb or do I just lease it out unfurnished? Now, someone approached me to rent it out, so I just was like, okay, let's do that. Um, but the Airbnb is about um, a little bit more than double, maybe 120% of what
right.
the unfurnished rental is. But then what's the vacancy rate? How do you decide which direction you should go? So these are questions that I have that I
Right,
don't have answers to that I don't want to, try to claim what the return may be on these properties. The
right.
benefit is that you don't have a mortgage on it. So,
Exactly.
yeah,
Right.
you don't have the pressure of, because I have properties here in the States.
Mm-hmm.
If there's no revenue coming in, then it's coming out. Now I'm losing.
Right.
So it's quite a bit of a different
Right. Right.
issue.
Yeah, but the good thing about it again is no matter this is your own money and the property appreciating in value, right?
Mhm.
So the food that I bought, I'm planning to sell to my friends,
Oh.
right? So they'll see money that I pay for it in, because I took the risk to
Mhm.
to invest my money off plan, right?
Yeah.
And off plan is, even though the Chinese they deliver on time, but there are some developer in Nairobi, they don't deliver on time. So sometimes they take your money, the project won't finish, right?
Mhm.
So I took all that risk. So when I'm selling it to my friends, I'm going with a couple of friends.
Right.
I'm going to make some money. I'm just planning to keep two. The one in Westland is 2 bedroom. So I paid 9 million for that. That was really good. But now you can
Two
get,
bedroom, 9 million. Oh
yeah,
wow. Okay.
yes. Well,
Because
it's
you're
not a
looking
big
at
one.
8 for a one right now.
Right.
Mhm.
So can we imagine one way or the other you will still make your money, right? So yeah. So but the best thing is to rent it out off on furnish, to try that first,
Yeah.
because you don't want to buy all these furniture and so on to rent the property out, and the person who can then destroy all of that. And also, you want to study the market first, see how it goes, whether you want to do Airbnb. The most important thing is to get someone that is trustworthy, how to get someone that I can really manage it for you.
I appreciate you saying that because that's been my instinct. But again, you know, I don't have a lot of people to talk to about this stuff that have done it. So it's funny that you say that because I agree.
Yeah.
And that's what I ended up doing. But I debated it for a long time.
Right. And then people can just turn off the lease anytime. They can walk away anytime. So that's the only thing, right?
Yeah, they can leave.
Yeah, one.
Because my person left.
Yeah, that's the dance. Yeah,
and my property manager is saying there's so many new developments that have just completed that it's been vacant for a month now.
You see.
And I'm like, yeah, should we lower the price? Like, what's going on? Like, let's do something. It's just sitting there. But again, now I don't have financing. It's not like risky issue, but you know, it'd be nice to rent it out, you know. So
exactly.
But, but that's the saturation topic that you're talking about. Is that I mean, you know, when a new project comes online, that's 400 units all at once.
Exactly.
It disrupts the market.
Yeah. So even the Pandora that you're talking about right now, I've seen the commercial, but I paid $9 million for mine, right? And the entire building is sold out right now. So there's no way that you can even get one bedroom in Westland for $9 million. So even if I don't get to rent it out and get 7% return, I can still sell it and make my money. So yeah, and it's not in debt. This is my own capital intensive cash that I invested in the project. So yeah.
Now it is interesting because you are parking your money for what 2-3 years, depending on when you get into the project, but you are getting it at a discount. So
yeah,
you know, that's a consideration for people.
Right. And so I mean you even get better return on your money than putting it in a bank, right? It's almost except on stock market, but
yeah,
in Africa most of the time I buy land, I fence it, when it appreciates in value, then I sell it. I do that too a lot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But in Kenya, I just don't want to get into land business over there because of the whole leasing, you know. Not too comfortable. Two countries I won't advise people to buy land, especially Ghana and Kenya. Is too much problem, you know.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of problems in Ghana about
yeah.
And people here will ask about land and building, and I'm like, you really got to know what you're doing. And then I see the land selling companies that many people vouch for and say that they're legit. So I feel like they're legit. But the pricing, you're paying so much for a premium, because of the certainty that you won't have issues,
right?
So that's a consideration that people should have as well, because you could just pay more from one of these companies, but it's like you know, $500K for 1/8 acre seems expensive, especially the further out that it is, depending on where wherever the land happens to be. So
right. And again, this is a country that you don't know how the security system work over there. So I just want to stay in the city for now. You know, yeah. I mean, still, going farther. You know, I want to get comfortable with the place and get used to the place and know the system, how it works. You know, well,
that's why for investors, I think you should just buy in Westlands, because it's just like, if you think about if you can invest in New York City 30 years ago, like that's where you should invest, because that's the epicenter of the development and price appreciation, versus trying to go to periphery markets that are more, maybe they're good, but then
you're right.
It never works out. Maybe the road that they build is not close to there, so it never develops, versus where they built the road.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think that's an important
America is different. It's like, you know, because of the corrupt system in Africa too, they building all these property up, but when you look at the street, the way you think that they will develop it, they are not developing that way, and all these cable and wires are crossing all over the street. So the government is not really doing what it's supposed to do, and that concerned me too a lot, because all these properties finished, and how the water system going to be like? Is that going to be overwhelm the neighborhood? How electricity supply going to be like? That all concern me. So for now, the food that I bought, I'm selling two to my friend. I'm going to keep those two, and I'm still going to be living in them. I'm not planning to rent it out. I'm going to be using it for now.
Yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
because
I
it's
think
appreciating in value anyway. Until if I see, because UN is planning to move from New York to Nairobi, maybe that
right.
will be a huge boom to the market in Westlands.
Yeah, that's my perspective about that, is that
Mhm.
as long as the country continues on the path that it's on, the appreciation is going to be there.
Mhm.
But there is some political uncertainty with
Right.
what's going on, and um, you know, because when things are, it's not that it's just foreign investment, but foreign companies. Like a lot of that drives a lot of the UN coming.
Mhm.
If that continues, I think it'll be good. But I think people do need to understand, like, if there is the downside risk is if that pulls back.
What? Yeah, that concern me. I hope Trump is not going to pull that back. Yeah, when he see the whole,
Well, it's not just trying.
low,
The elections in 2028.
right.
I don't want to get into the politics in Kenya, but I know that, there's stuff going on with the president. People are,
Mm-hmm.
but eh, that could make a big difference. But I find it encouraging that they had protests that the government was responsive to,
Mm-hmm.
with the finance bill 2024, and the 2025 finance bill was much more mild. So see things, even though like Kenyans, like if you hear from diaspora Kenyans that are living in Europe and stuff, they are, very negative on the country. So
Right.
it's interesting.
But well, I mean, that's always normal. All African countries are like that. You can't judge the country by that. You always see all of them not speak good about their country at all. That's
That is
normal.
normal. I
Yeah.
guess I see the comments. I'm like, and I
Yeah.
always know I'm like, this guy lives in Europe somewhere.
Yeah. Don't listen to them. They always like that because they never say anything good about their country. So that's always the case. I don't think that worry me. I'm only concerned about if UN change plan, because they live in the entire Lower East Side of New York. The first Avenue side, that whole place there is United Nations.
Mm.
So how can UN leave New York and move to
Well,
Nairobi?
yeah, they can't fathom why an American would be interested in Africa, any African country, but Kenya, whatever. They don't they can't understand it, I
Right,
guess.
right, right.
But let me get to some of these comments. I know
All
I've
right,
been
man.
asking you guys. CD. Well, how do I say your name?
Sid.
Sid. I
Yeah.
appreciate you.
All right, man. Have a nice day, man. Good
Thank you so
show.
much.
Thank you, man.
It
Take
was
care.
really nice speaking to you, and I appreciate the information because you kind of confirmed some things that I thought, but I'm out here by myself, kind of.
Right, 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 right. All right, man. Take care. Bye.
Thank you
Bye.
very much.
Bye.
Godfika, 2009. Sorry if you're not here. I was very engaged because I was learning from Sid a lot, because he has even more, and so he's doing what I'm interested in doing. So really appreciate him for coming and sharing his point of view, and he's in finance in New York. So really look up to that. I appreciate that. Godfika, 2009. Greetings from New Jersey. So right now, this video, I'm in South Jersey. Also investing in Nairobi. I can't with the current the American housing market. Look, I've been in real estate 15 years, and that was kind of the point of my last video or my last live earlier, is that like I'm kind of losing the passion on the American side because I like to helping people get their first property. I know I'm light skinned and everything, but I do like helping the whole generational wealth. I know that word is played out, but I think it really makes an impact on people's lives, having people buy their first property. And I've lost a lot of passion because the opportunity is not there. And it's not, it's that my issue is that if you do everything right now in the US, I think you're still behind. I think it's still hard. I think you, if you follow all the rules and do everything you're supposed to do, and you're disciplined and you sacrifice for the future, I don't think you get rewarded the way that you should in the United States, as far as like, especially if you're getting into real estate right now. I think the game is kind of bad right now. I mean, if you're an expert, if you're building houses, if you're getting good deals, you've been in the game a long time, you have a big network, you can make money. But for the people starting to try to, and I talk about it like, you could be young financially, but be an older person. If you're younger financially, where you're starting to invest and starting to look at assets that appreciate, it's challenging. And so again, the Nairobi market, and I really like that we had that conversation about some of the downsides with Sid, with the saturation and the politics. There are risks, but I think that there's opportunity. And so that's what I'm really excited about. And that's why now I want to make content. I want to talk to you guys. I want to share what I'm doing because this is a whole new world. Like, you know, it's not a new world. The country's been there, you know, well, Kenya's only from, Yosef's going to fix me, correct me. God, 1968 is Jamhuri Day for, I don't know. Tell me in the comments. Celeste Ayuma, you would find someone who cares for you for who you are, but not advertising your wealth or not talking about how much money you have. Just stay simple and move in silence. Yeah. This is a challenge as a foreigner because your mere presence in the country assumes that you have some level of money beyond what maybe most people have. And in Kenya, as a lighter, fair-skinned person, they associate lighter skin with wealth and money and all that kind of stuff. And I don't agree with it, but that has been my perspective on that. Nerd Novatech, with the diaspora returning in large numbers. I like how you write. With the diaspora returning in large numbers, how are developers adjusting their offerings to meet new expectations? I love these questions. The conversations I've been having is that they have been stepping their level up. That's what they'll all tell you. That's the marketing. But I do feel like that is also true, that the newer stuff is nicer and more relatable to a Western person that's used to certain things. I think they're stepping it up. I do think the quality control, it's funny. It's really the tile work that be getting to me, like the very, very fine finishing. And I don't know what they're doing with the tiles. I have a story about that. I'll talk about that later, maybe in members. Also, I do have the membership. $5 a month is just supporting what I'm doing. Guys, I don't need the money, so I don't feel pressed for it. Like, if you don't have a lot of money, it's cool. It's really just encouragement to make more content and to show your sign of appreciation, which is weird for me to say, but you know, it does help me with motivation. Just, you know, even you guys being here participating is really motivating to me, that it is having impact, because I really care about that. But you know, people putting some money behind it is good. Also, the higher tier, you know, at some time, I'm actually very busy most of the time. So to do consultations and to be able to respond to people and make sure I'm scheduling with consultations is a little challenging. So it feels a little bit better. It's really a feeling thing. Like it feels better if someone is like contributing in some kind of way on the higher tier membership to get access to my time. And I'm not trying to be bougie. I really, hopefully it translates across here that I do want to help and improve lives and maybe foster even connections. Like Sid is from West Africa. He lives in New York. We're sharing information about real estate investing, things like that. I'm so passionate about that. So it feels good when, like, you know, people are contributing and there's this entitlement on my time that's been developing. So I'm trying to at least be like, okay, well, like if you're paying money, I'm like, it's really important to me that you're getting your values worth. So that it's really for me to handle that stuff better. PP Bob, middle age, 40 to 60 years, full retirement, 60 to 70. I love these stats you're dropping. Yosef, Nairobi is too hectic, but there are other places. So I'm in the phase right now, and it may wear off, where I appreciate Nairobi's hecticness. Maybe it's a novelty and I'll get tired of it, but I really love it. I love Nairobi. I love the energy. I want to be around people. I love the energy. Maybe I'll have a bad situation one time and it'll turn me off. And that's why the diasporan Kenyans will be hating and saying I'm naive and all that. But at this current moment, I love the energy. Do I want to move out to the country and have a big house and die out there and no one knows? You know, maybe I'll get there at some point, but right now I'm not there. I'm still, I want to be around what's happening. Yusuf said, get someone to show you around. Definitely, for sure. I recommend it. But again, that's for members only, because a nice lady usually is showing me around. Okay. And, you know, I'm trying to be, you know, trying to figure that out. All right. Members only. Basically, you see, I'm holding back. Okay. PP Bob, think he has put out videos of places that are open and green. Karen, I love Karen. Karen is amazing. Karen's beautiful. There's forest parts. There's Karen, but again, it's called Karen because a lady's name was freaking Karen and she owned all of it at one point. I'm not feeling that. Okay. But basically I was saying it's not, they say it's old money, and they say, and it's a lot of non-Kenyans that live there. But I really do like that area for how it feels like. Oh, Yosef said, I speak Swahili. What Nina Sema Kiswahili Kidogo. Hey, rate me on my Swahili, okay? PB Bob, I seen lots of black people have that Mandingo DNA. Well, that Mandingo is the tribe that Alex Haley from Roots in Roots, they say they're from the Mandingo tribe. I don't know if that's as current Liberia or where they were, but yeah. Oh, also Liberia has a really interesting history because Liberia was founded by Black American slaves. The unfortunate thing is that when they sent the slaves back from the U.S. to Liberia, they did some slaving of the African people there as the American blacks. And that was a whole thing for a long period of time. If you guys didn't know, I really do my research. Like, I'm a history buff. I watch documentaries, I learn, I read, and I'm really interested in African history. And pre-colonial African history is really important to me, because I'm trying to draw from some of those cultural aspects. Yusuf, the highways, you need a car, but use the train to Mombasa. I took the SGR to Mombasa. You definitely should do first class if you're going to do it, but just fly. It's like, the train is like 5 hours. Flying is like 45 minutes to an hour. I thought that the security going through Mombasa, the SGR would be less. It's not. You got to do security 8 times, just like you do through the airport. So everyone should take the train to Mombasa one time for the scenery, because you go through the national park, you see giraffes, elephants, you see the countryside. It feels like the Lion King. But I'd probably fly from now on. Yes, they be crashing. Shay, you seen accidents? I ain't seen no accidents. I just saw cars driving next to each other very closely all the time and making me cringe. Use the adventure bike for the rural area. Yeah, that's cool. There's a national park that doesn't have game, like lions, so you can ride through it on a bicycle. I want to do that. Shay Star said, drive down CBD. Bro, I avoid CBD at all times. Yusuf Kilileshwa, Kilimani, Westlands is okay. Runda, Kitsuru is more touristy. Yeah, what's up with the prices in Runda and Mathaiga? Hopefully I said that right. I pride myself in trying to speak properly. That's expensive as well. Rich's Method, big up. Is that Guinea? Keep the good content going. Appreciate you. Yusuf, yep. So, yeah, center. Jesse Whitehorn. I use Chase. The conversion rate is better to send in USD. Sending shillings, you get a lower rate. Is that? I'm a little confused now, because one way I sent money, they killed me on conversion, and then the other way I sent money, I didn't get killed. So I had to go back and look at my notes about that. Yusuf, during high season and low season, it can be tricky. Shay said facts. Sorry, I didn't get to the comments. I wanted to respect the people, the guests. Godfika 2009, the growth will accelerate in the next 3 years with economic recovery, buy and hold. Got to be careful about the political risk, bro. I love Kenya. I'm an advocate on buying there and everything. There's risks. That's the only thing. Like, I'm still doing it, so I don't think that the risk is going to happen, but there is risk. I don't like relying on appreciation, although that's really the biggest benefit of real estate, because cash flow is kind of low, but appreciation can be really big. Yusuf, I have seen apartments come up in Nairobi so fast. Do you think at some point it's going to crash? That's what Sid and I were speaking about. I ask every local real estate person this question. If you look at the population growth in Kenya, the average age is like 20 something, 23, 24. But can they afford these type of properties that we're buying is the other question. The middle class is growing. The education level in Kenya is very high, at least like my experience. And again, I'm in the Nairobi bubble, but many people have university education. They would think 60,000 for a 1-bedroom is expensive, 60,000 shillings a month. So these are still luxury apartments. So can people afford them? I don't know. And my rental property, so just this should be members only, but I'll give it to y'all because we just started today, is that my current rental property in Lavington, I rented it out. They paid the deposit, first and last month's rent, and then they stayed for 2 months, and then they ended up moving out. And we've been vacant for a month. And the property manager, which I agree with, is if somebody tell me something, I check it. Okay. I'm sorry. That's the bias right now. If they tell me something in Kenya, I check on it. I do research to see if what they said is real. From what I've been seeing, there's a lot of projects that have completed. And so there's a lot of inventory. And so we've been vacant for 1 month now. So let's see what happens. I'm thinking about I would offer a free month's rent, but because they're able to get out of the lease early, it might not make sense to do that. But I wanted to come up with some kind of incentive to try to get occupied again. Then I was like, well, maybe we should go Airbnb. Should I furnish it? It was going to cost me 1.2 million to do a really nice furnishing. But I'm being discouraged by my property manager because he says in Lavington, the Airbnb won't do as well. So these are considerations that I'm making. This is why I don't want to try to tell y'all return on investments, because I don't know what the Airbnb market is in Lavington for a 1-bedroom. So these are things I'm wrestling with, and that's this channel is to share my experience more than trying to dictate information. Shay said 99-year lease. Yeah, so the 99-year lease. Okay, first of all, we're probably not living that long, right? So that's cool. But I think there are concerns, and hopefully I get to the videos I wanted to react to. But you guys are keeping me company and keeping it interesting, so we'll keep reacting. But there's some videos I do want to play, and they brought this up in another videos. Dang, they said it in a godly way, but it was like, you need to leave something to your children. And so that's a factor, right? Because you don't want the government to be able to take the property back or some ridiculous price to renew your leasehold. So, I think we all want to try to get freehold property. Jesse Whitehorn, Airbnb is a gamble. So many projects online and coming online, new projects that's coming. I really think people should focus on something for themselves that's capital sitting. Yeah, I think that kind of was the conversation I was having with Sid. The return, if you're doing payments on 3 years, is the bank interest better than just doing this? What's the appreciation look like? What's the vacancy? What's the appreciation look like? I want to arm you guys with the information as much as possible and let you guys thrive and decide what you want to do. All I could do is give my experience and maybe have a somewhat of a platform to present ideas, and then you decide. I still believe in people, right? You decide what you want to do. You know what I mean? And I'll tell you what I think, and that's where that goes. Godfika, Nairobi is just getting started, and my analysis very attractive to retirees from around the world, that and other diaspora. I agree. I don't know if we want to bank on that because those things can change so rapidly. Because 2 years ago, Ghana was on fire, and will that continue? I don't know. And so when I look at the demographics and the macroeconomics, can the local populace afford? Will the local demand be? Okay, so the tourist economy and all that, maybe that's up here. Okay. But where is the bottom? And I think the bottom is the local economy. Okay. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, because worst case scenario, this is what you could get for this property. And then, and this goes back to kind of my intentionality. I don't really, I don't know, like this whole, the as Black Americans, there's the extra dynamic for us. How are we contributing? Because I don't want to just be a colonizer extracting value out of the country. So how can what you're doing benefit Kenya, in my case, is something that I always think about. And so if you're just renting to locals and doing nothing else, and you're taking the money back to the US, yuck, to some degree. But I mean, whatever, I am I am a capitalist. But all these ideas are combined. And I think as a middle-aged guy, maybe that's the nuance that some of you guys pick up on, is it's a balance between, I want to go to the club, but I want to invest, and I want to have family and culture, and who am I as a person, and all that kind of stuff. So that's where I'm coming from. Nairobi seems like a New York. I agree. I mean, that's my real estate thesis, is that I'm investing in New York City 30, 50 years ago. 80 years ago, whatever the price, comparison is. Because if Nairobi stays on the track that it is, it's going to be really nice on the investment side. On the country's going to be better. They're going to be doing like, because Nigeria is having issues right now and South Africa is having issues. Kenya slowly is creeping up maybe to be number one in Africa, or in sub-Saharan Africa. Morocco and Egypt are still ahead. But it's within a very short period of time, Kenya could be number one. Godfika, park your money here. Yusuf, I've lived in 254 for 20 years. That's Kenya. I would rather live in the outskirts. Yeah, I think most Kenyans would agree with you. And it's new to me, so I get that it's not like tiring yet. But I get where, like, because I live in the suburbs in the U.S., right? I'm like, the city, yuck. But it's fun for me now, so I could see the same concept. Oh, the election's 2027? I thought it was 28. But you would know better than me. Oh, thanks for correcting me. Thanks for correcting me anytime I'm saying anything wrong, and not for beating me up. You've always been super cool about it. I tried to not sound like I know everything. But at the same time, I gotta say what I'm thinking, right? So that's what I'm doing. Jesse Whitehorn, stock market may be better option to park money. A good solid stock will go up in value. An empty apartment isn't making money. Nairobi seems to be getting saturated. I think that's the struggle I'm having on the U.S. side. As someone, I own a real estate brokerage. We make money when people buy and sell real estate, but I don't want to ever lead anyone astray. I've been telling people I've made my money in real estate investing, and I don't know if you can. And I think the stock market's better. I've been moving money. I don't know if you heard earlier. I was talking to Sid. I've been transitioning my net worth, my wealth, in whatever wealth that may be. It's not that crazy, from real estate to stocks, equities, for that reason. And Sid was talking about, you can't kick people out, you can't evict people. There's a whole bunch of other problems that come with real estate ownership, that stocks, you just buy it and sell it and it doesn't do anything. Godfika, the infrastructure, grand plans are secure. A better government is what is needed. Elections are in 2 years, might actually happen next year. I think it's going to take another generation. Because when I talk to Kenyans, what I realize something about the country is that some of the earlier presidents had invested a lot in education. And I noticed that the younger people mostly have university education, and they're on the internet and they're exposed to more ideas. The older guard are not with the times maybe as much. So I think it's going to take for the people who, how do I say, because I, as a guest to the country, I don't want to be like, I'm a guest. So you got to act a certain way. But basically the newer generation, I think that's going to be when things really elevate. Nerd Novatech. Yes, diasporas are so negative 100%. I don't know what's up with them, They're getting on my nerves though. I don't know if you see me like arguing with them in the comments. But what's up with them, Are you in Bloomfield Avenue or South Orange? That's some New York stuff. That's not me. I don't know. Corporations are probably picking up homes. I see that a lot. In my local market, I've never seen a corporation buy a property. Not BlackRock or any of them. So I don't know. American realtor market sucks unless you pay in cash or flipping. The landlord sucks if you have a mortgage and only making a few $100. That's why I got out while I was ahead. Yeah. I think the timing is important, man. Like if the market change, it don't matter what you do. I mean, the market changed. So that's where I'm feeling like my properties that I bought many years ago do very well because inflation actually benefits me. because the mortgage stays the same at the low interest rate, but the rent keeps going up. So now I'm making more. But this phenomenon, I don't think is good for the average American and new real estate investors. You don't have access to that. So it kind of sucks. Independence 1964 or 1963. Mzungu. Yeah. I've been called Mzungu. I've been called white because there's not really a mixed race category in Kenya. So I'm like, white, and I am half white, guys, but I don't even, that's members only too. I know I identify as black, okay? And it's not just that I identify as black, is there's things that have happened to me that kind of make you identify as black. But then you go somewhere else that, like South Africa, like I remember Tyler was on the Breakfast Club and they was grinding her up and giving her a hard time because South Africans have a different idea about race. Like she's colored in South Africa and they couldn't freaking understand it because Black Americans, most of them, and everybody on the Breakfast Club didn't understand that there are different ways of looking at race, nationality, and ethnicity. So it's annoying, right? Because when you go somewhere else, they have a different perspective. Like people would think I'm white sometimes. They're like, you're white? And they don't mean white like we mean, I don't know. So again, members only conversation at some point. Dang, y'all are commenting so much. How am I ever going to get to the reactions? I don't want to. I want to respect everyone commenting because y'all keep this thing going because I'd be sitting here by myself not doing anything. Nerd Novatech, what areas around Nairobi are currently undervalued but have high growth potential in the next 3 to 5 years? I don't have enough information about the areas around. I actually think that the suburbs are overpriced. I think that the top market is way out of whack. Someone explained something to me, a thesis that made a lot of sense, is that a lot of rich people from the region in East Africa will go to Nairobi. And I mean like millionaires or billionaires or whatever the heck. I guess millionaires mostly. If they're Somali, if they're Ugandan, if they're Tanzanian, they'll come to Kenya and buy property in Runda, Karen, and not care about Muthaiga. They won't care about the price. So the top 1%, like those, when you look at Karen, the video I did in Karen, and dang, what was the other high-end price video I did? There was 2 of them. The price is 130 million. Like, what the heck is that? That's crazy. Like that's beyond US prices at that point. So I think the top of the market is like, doesn't make sense. Riru was an interesting thing because the townhouses, the middle class stuff, like I'm like, what's like 200,000 US dollars? That's the market that I want to look at and understand better, because that has the value to go up. All stuff along Thika Road, even though ladies have told me don't deal with a woman from Thika Road because they're gonna drug you and do stuff. The area on Thika Road is probably a bit undervalued based off of those type of conversations, right? Like they think of it as a low class area, but you have Tattoo City, you have Riru growing, there's development over there. I think that's undervalued, but don't like, that's a guess right now. I need to do more research. Godfika, the coast is the real low hanging fruit if you have money to park. Yeah, but I think that's longer term on the coast. I think it could take a really long time. Oh, Jaliba 99. I appreciate you staying with us. Alex Haley's ancestors went Mandinka from what is now Gambia, not Mandingo. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate you guys correcting me on this stuff because, again, I'm super, like, I want to learn everything about all the tribes, West African, East African. So that's super cool to know, and I don't want to give bad information. So I was a little off there, But yeah, super interesting. It's really hard. I think there's a real avenue for people that are educating people on pre-colonial African history, because I know it exists and I know it's out there. I'm super hungry for it. It's really hard to find. Like, I would like to know what's the difference between the cultural aspects of Kambas and Kikuyu and Luo and Luya and Kalenjin. I want to know all the tribal histories that are a little bit different. These are all Kenyan tribes, if you guys didn't know. And then I watched a documentary the other night on like the coast, Mombasa, because there's Swahili in the origin of Swahili, because Swahili has a lot of Arabic words. And so the origins of all that is very interesting to me. Yusuf said, great show, Ryan. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's like this, look, I'm not like a YouTuber. Okay. So this is crazy to me that it's been like 15 to 20 people in here. We've been vibing out and you guys are entertained or like it. And I think it's a two-way street. Like, I'm getting value from like what you guys are saying as well. So, I just appreciate you guys. Thank you. It's really phenomenal. And to get a compliment means a lot, maybe I'll, the thing will grow and then I won't think that, but right now it's like really crazy. Rich's method. I think the property manager is correct that your Airbnb may not feel as much in Lavington, more family oriented. And if you have a 2-bedroom, your price point is higher or list on Airbnb dirt cheap. Yeah. Okay. I'm telling you, I've been rattling that idea around. Part of the reason why I wanted to do the Airbnb was because the interior designer that was going to do the furniture and everything, we were going to do some content together. And she is a content creator and I think she has even more subscribers than me. So it was going to be like a cool collab. But, I'm a business person first. And I was like, I don't know about return on investment here. Godfika, I appreciate you commenting so much because I mean, you guys just keep it going. There's a Kenyan expat community that can absorb all the valuable inventory. I think that the expat community is way overblown, but maybe. The problem is communication and lack of knowledge. Once their fear of missing out kicks in, many will flock. Someone learned on Shark Tank a long time ago was if you are in a business where you have to educate the market to be successful, it's going to be hard. So if you need to convince a lot of people that this thing that you have is good, it's going to be tough. Not impossible though. And probably the biggest gains are from that. Richest method, not many monthly renters on Airbnb. Need a month to 2 month, 2-bedroom. I'm a slow traveler and I always take studios. Sound like me. I did a 2-bed in Kilimani once for 1 week, currently studio in Kiambu County. Kiambu is north of the city a little bit. Or is that south and towards Karen? My knowledge. Y'all see, I'm telling on myself. Yeah, I agree. I book a Airbnb one week at a time. And I do a studio or 1 bed. That's why the Diplomat project, they have studios. They're at 5 million starting in Westlands, right next to Westgate. Makes a lot of sense to me as an investment. Richard said, Godfika, sorry, sir. It's about affordability. The average working class Nairobi resident can't afford the luxury apartments. The ones who can get 2 and 3 bedrooms on the outskirts as options or houses. Yeah, I think the average income in Nairobi is about $500 per month, which is like 40 or 50,000 shillings. That's wrong, but I think it's like $400 or $500, whatever the conversion is currently. So you have to think about that because that's the rent for. I'm trying. Oh, okay. So my property is 65,000 listed for a 1-bedroom in Lavington. So that's about $500 a month. So 60,000, 65,000 shillings. So that's what we're looking at for that. So that's 100% of someone's salary, right? How do you see Nairobi's real estate market competing with cities like Johannesburg and Casablanca? Can't really talk about Morocco, aka Casablanca. Johannesburg, I think Kenya's going to. Look, I don't like making predictions, but in my mind, Kenya's better than South Africa. And I haven't been there, so I don't know. But South Africa still has to deal with apartheid and Nelson Mandela and all that stuff. You thought it was dealt with, but clearly what's happening there now, it hasn't, they have not resolved the issue of the economic disparity with the whites owning more wealth and land than the blacks who are native. And we know that, and I don't want to get too political, but I mean, they came there and took the land. Okay. And so, but they've been there a long time. Okay. And if you look at Zimbabwe, they took the land back and then they had hyperinflation because people couldn't work the land, and it was disorganized in the way that they and Zimbabwe is on my list of places to go, but it was disorganized on the way that they did things. And South Africa probably saw that, and now they have to figure out what to do. And I may be speaking out of turn. Kenya had a more of a capitalist independence movement versus a socialist independence movement, and like Tanzania and many other countries. So, in a more socialist aspect, you just take the land back because it's the right thing to do and it belongs to the people, but then there's not a good economic plan. And then now you're importing food when you have all this farmland. So I think South Africa has to wrestle with that problem before they can get beyond where they're at. And Kenya doesn't have that problem. Kenya, the infrastructure is really good. The education is there. There's a lot of, the stew has a lot of really good ingredients to be really excellent in the future. I think South Africa, they got to deal with some stuff. I think Nigeria, the African giant, still. But I don't know a lot about Nigeria, about like why they're having issues. I know they have a lot of oil. They have a huge population. I don't know. I know that they had a civil war. They have Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa dynamics that are a little bit more ingrained. In Kenya, there's tribalism, but there's not like it's not very prohibitive to the country from what I know. If you're Kenyan, please educate me. Come on up. I'll put the link in. We could talk about it. I'd love to hear your perspective on it. But I haven't seen the same tribalism that what I think is a sort of a problem in Nigeria. And this is all from the Europeans, like messing everything up and drawing the countries the way they did and pitting different tribes against each other, because the Europeans benefited the Igbo over the Hausa and Yoruba, and it creates all these distrust and problems. So, that's the extent of my knowledge. I'm not trying to sound like I know everything. I'm very open to learning more things, but that's, from my understanding, when I look at places for an investment or like the future of it, I look at theses of or a thesis of like, what are big narratives that drive what's going to happen in the future. Okay. So that's where I'm coming from with that is Kenya's thesis seems more attractive than South Africa, even though South Africa has a head start, development, blah, 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 whatever. This is why culture is important, because if you can't resolve your country's culture, what you're about, how we're going to get along, what our goals are, and culture drives a lot of that. If you can't organize that, I think you're going to have a problem. So, Godfika, I'm refunding the doctors, nurses, engineers, businessmen, and other professionals living outside Kenya. What do you mean? Refunding? Rich's method. Casablanca. Well, if you guys didn't know, Morocco's doing really well. So that's probably why he asked that. God, and I don't know a lot about Morocco, but I do know that they are doing well on the continent. Godfika, I was referencing over 1 million Kenyan professionals living outside the country and who mostly wish to invest back home. Oh, I see what you're saying. Do they though? I see. This is the thing. I see a lot of even the president talking about, oh, we're trying to make opportunities abroad. Then people start hating their own country. I don't know what's going on. Not everybody, but it's a little rough. To be honest, I haven't looked into real estate market in Casablanca, Morocco, so I can't talk about it. Gagiri price is crazy. If I could pick somewhere, Gagiri, Muthaiga, Karen are all on my top tier list. That Village Market area up there, oh, it's beautiful. But you're close to everything. That's ideal. But the pricing is insane. And when I think about pricing, like, I'm thinking buying things with cash, and because I don't want financing anymore. So, like, yeah, in the US, could you finance that? Yeah, but I want to buy stuff cash. Simple recipes. Feel free, more at home. Kenya, you look more Kikuyu tribe. I'm like, can I say I'm like from the coast? I know I'm light skinned, but I don't know. I don't know if I look that Kikuyu, but appreciate you. Celeste, not really. I think your perspective about light skin in Kenya is wrong. We have a lot of light skin in Kenya too, Ryan, but nobody assumes they have money. Ryan, that's your opinion. Love the show though. It's not just the light skin thing. It's like you're a foreigner thing. Yeah, you might be right, because this is what I'm going to get to the video at some point, because I'm an American, right? Or you're a European. So maybe I am looking at her. You might have changed my mind a little bit about that, right? Because maybe it's just the foreigner appeal. Because I do feel like, and I could be wrong, that many Kenyans look up to things that are white. Like, white is right. I want to get a white man so I can be successful. And I have proximity to that. But that is, again, these are thoughts more than like beliefs. So I'm definitely open-minded to learning, educating, and changing these. They're not beliefs. They're just how I think about it, or from my current experience. You look more Kikuyu. Much love to all of you. See, thank you. I'm assuming you're Kenyan because you're nice. See, Kenyans say nice things. That's dope. Nerd Novatech, as someone active in the market, what type of property would you personally invest if you had 100,000, or try to buy 2 1-bedroom properties, which you can do? I'd buy only in Westlands as an investor. So a studio and a 1-bedroom, 2 studios. The Diplomat for me right now is big. I saw Sadia post something. Sadia Realty post something about Gemini. I've been trying to buy a Gemini the whole time. I really like that development. But yeah, 2 properties, because now if you have 2, you have diversity. You rent one, and then vacancy. It splits out. It smooths out your cash flow. But Westlands for sure. Don't go anywhere else. That's going to be your best thing. Kilimani is cheaper. Kilauea, Lavington, cheaper. But on a pure investment side, you can invest in the prime area of a prime developing East African market in Westlands. So why go outside of the bullseye? Buy in the bullseye if you can afford it. I would say 2 versus 1 if you can. PP Bob, 7% of, I love these stats, of white South Africans control more than 80% of wealth, similar to 20% of white in the US control 80% of wealth. The narratives on South Africa and the US are similar, except for whites are the majority in the US and they are a minority in South Africa. And that is a big distinction. But yeah, this is an issue. But it's even more crazy. How do you have more of the wealth as an ethnic minority and the things that they did to get it? But life is like Game of Thrones, okay? Like just because you do something that's right, don't mean it's going to work out good for you. So they got to figure out a way to do what's right for the people, but not destroy the country. But also, I'm sure there's plenty of white South Africans that understand the history and have no negative thoughts or are not bad people that did nothing wrong that are going to find it very challenging. Like, why should you take my land that was inherited to me? And I don't hate anyone. And I don't want to get too political, probably a members only conversation, but you got to wrestle with that, right? Now, it's funny, the white South Africans are saying the same thing where like, why should you take my land? But the black South Africans, like they didn't say that when they were taking the land, right? So why shouldn't we take it back? I think it's kind of like an Israel-Palestine thing, you know what I mean? Like, not really. Kind of, I don't know. I don't want to get into all that, but it's a complicated issue, and I think it's more nuanced than, oh, just take the land back. They don't deserve it. But this is my issue with South Africa. They got to figure it out. Something got to be done. And it was nice. Nelson Mandela just didn't have any retribution when the ANC came in power, but it's not sustainable. It's got to get dealt with. And in the US to some degree, it's still, man, I ain't trying to get it all into politics, reparations and all this and that. Because I come from a more conservative point of view. But all right, because my position's hard because I don't think other people hold a position that I hold with a lot of these things, because it leans conservative. But I'm also, there's not even a good word to say it, but like pro-black or pan-Africanist or something like that. But my manifestation of that is a lot different than a lot of other people. So I don't know how to talk about it, but put it in members only. We'll talk about it more recklessly, because here I try to keep it to some kind of degree of reasonableness. Dang, a lot of comments. And I might have to skip and get to the video, because I really want to cover the video. Godfika, you can't invest solely in hope. Sorry to tell you, hoping the Kenyan diaspora will want to invest back in home in droves. Didn't happen with Ghana, a year of return. I don't know. I do think there's something happening with some awareness, but the diasporans are like in a different space. We grew loving each other. Our Kenyan is all prayer to God. Yeah, see, that's why I love Kenya right there. That comment. That's the energy you get. And I want to like protect it, because now people are coming there, and I'm coming, because with that attitude, other people aren't going to have that attitude. So I want to make sure it's protected, because that is beautiful. Really is. Really, seriously. Richest Method just did 2 months in Joburg. Yep, it has all the issues I heard about in deep dive, divides and unemployment problem. Danger-wise, I felt like I was back in Colombia. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I want to go there because I hear they have nice ladies. But the crime is not worth it. I don't want to get caught up. And yeah, I don't want to feel like I'm in the US or anything like that. Nigeria issue is the curse of oil riches, decades of corrupt military leadership and British interference. Yeah. I mean, that's tough, right? Like if you have control of the resources and they come and give the leaders or establishment great offers, I mean, that's why Traore is so popular in Burkina Faso right now, is because he's not going for all that, allegedly. It's hard for them. As a human, I see why it's hard for them to turn it down. And how do we fix it? I don't know. A Kenyan in diaspora, I love Kenya most for how it brought us up. Love, peace, and unity. They do invest. South Africa, like U.S., high development, but also high economic, social inequality. Same problem with Brazil. Guys, I got to skip a little bit because I want to get to the video, but you can do a super chat and I'll make sure to read it. And I really do want to get to everyone's comment because I love the conversation, but I have something I want to say a little bit. Yes, Ryan, Kiambo County, northeast of Village Market, then runs northwest of Two Rivers. And okay, see, I'm on there. I seen a post by also saying whites are used for money over there, not real love. I had a debate about this. Am I more appealing before we do talk or do anything to a Kenyan lady, or is a white European more appealing? I don't know the answer to that question. All right. I'm going to get to the video because these are my favorite Kenyan content creators, expat Kenyan content creators. And I think there's some themes that I want to play off of that I want to talk about. So let's get into the video. I love the chat though. Keep it going. I will go back and read everything after. I appreciate you guys. If you want something, if you really want to say something, put it in the super chat and I'll definitely read the super chat on the live. But I appreciate you guys. All right, so let's listen. So this is their channel is Sadia and Jermaine's travel check-ins. And I'm a big fan of all their content because it's mature. It's kind of like mine, mature. They're a little bit older than me. They're a couple. They're living in Kenya, and they just give very like not because YouTube is easily like it's easy to go overboard to get attention, and they don't do that. And I think it's a really good resource for people if you're coming to Kenya for whatever reason to get a real sense of things that is not over dramatized. So let's listen to what they have to say and react. And you guys comment in here. Majestic Dream Vacations. I'll be in July. But anyway, let's cover what they're talking about. The video is why are so many African Americans moving to Africa? Because if you guys know, there's been some content where there's pushback on the Black Americans. I like Black Americans because an African American will be somebody from Kenya that moved to the United States. They would be an African American. Black Americans are a little bit different, I think. But anyway, there's been pushback against us, probably because we have some people making some big content out there, and it's getting a lot of attention. But let's see.
Hey guys, welcome back to Travel Check-ins with Saida.
I know if the volume's good.
And Jermaine.
Is it too loud?
Today we're going to be sharing 5 reasons why Black Americans / African Americans are moving to the continent of Africa, and just specifically Kenya in general. But it's been like a bit of an uptick in Black Americans moving to Kenya and also Africa.
Well, Africa overall. I think, truth be told, Ghana started it all with their advertisement pretty much.
Welcome home, come home.
Yeah, so I heard that from the president here, said welcome home. So there's a lot of welcoming home going on. So
yes, for real. And so, like, would you say a decade ago, or maybe even 2 decades ago, like a lot of people were moving to the continent of Africa, like Black Americans or African Americans?
I didn't even think about moving there. Africa.
That's the crazy
thing. About visiting.
That's the crazy thing, is that this is very new. Like, since 2020 with Ghana and the Euro return, I don't think nobody was from the U.S. was thinking about Africa.
Yes.
But not moving.
And truth be told, I didn't know how I was going to visit 20 years ago.
It's true.
And 10 years ago, I knew how I was going to visit, because it's been about 10 years ago we came. It was 8 years ago.
Right.
But I still didn't think about moving here, just to be honest with you.
It's true. So today we're going to share 5 reasons why Black Americans / African Americans are beginning to move to the continent of Africa. And one of the reasons is that the word is getting out. You have YouTubers like myself and Jermaine. You have other Black American YouTubers who have moved to the continent, and we're just sharing our experience and our journey. And also, there's a strong diaspora network. Like, so what are some of the driving forces within the Black and African American community that are giving people the information to actually come over here and to make them feel like they can make?
You mean like the WhatsApp groups and the Facebook groups? I mean, any kind of social media, right?
Yeah, YouTube, Instagram.
Right. African Americans coming here. They got Africans going over there. It's groups for everything. So if you want to come here, you can find anything you want, really.
Yeah. And I think with us as Black Americans, like, if we see someone else has done it, I think it makes us more comfortable to say, you know what, if they did it, maybe we can do it. And that's one of the reasons, like, we share our story and our experience and our journey, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, when a trailblazer does something, right, that's not us, because a lot of people here before us.
Yeah.
Yeah, that goes with this comment here. And that's what I'm trying to do. Is, you know, I'm not advocating for people to come, but here's what it is like, here's what it is, you know. That's where I'm coming from. PP Bob, Khalees has millions of followers, and lots of Black women and also Black men have been asking her to be the plug for them over there in the continent of Africa. She over there in Kenya, where are they at? Yeah, I think she's trailblazing to some degree. Weird character to be doing that. Like, you know, what, My Milkshake? That's her song that she brought, and she was with Nas or something. But yeah, I mean, I agree with that theme though. Is that this shows what's possible.
It makes it easier for everybody else to do it.
There's a point I want to get to here.
It's been set. Now, the blueprint moving to Africa, especially Kenya, is still like evolving. So, and people have different blueprints, but our blueprint is more family oriented. People with a certain kind of lifestyle. We're not clubbers, we're not partiers. So
that's why I like the channel.
We chill.
Yeah,
that's our blueprint.
They're here for different reasons.
The fact that there are networks, and like when you, like, if you,
I get the networks, I get that.
There is a diaspora network.
Looking at YouTube videos will probably do a lot. It will do a lot. That's probably about 75% of the battle.
Yeah.
But the rest of it, you probably need to talk to someone you trust. Like I said, whether it's a YouTube person, or if you know somebody here, if you know somebody personally that's here, that's the best, actually.
I think you need to talk to people.
So number 2 on our list of reasons why Black Americans.
So I agree with the tail end of that, is that you need to talk to people, because the internet, this is a troubled thing with social media and the internet. And even me, like, what we have to do here, if no one watches it, it don't matter. So you got to tag things, you got to label things a certain way. And then the more entertaining and normally the more extreme somebody is, the more views they're going to get. So I think be careful watching content online. That's why I like Sadi and Jermaine here, because it's realistic and it gives you a better real point of view. And I think that's important, because I always think about the impact of stuff when I'm like, especially now, there's actually people here. So I don't ever like, these are real people you're talking to. I don't want to mislead anybody or be dramatic and then they crash out based off of something you told them.
And African Americans move to the continent of Africa or Kenya specifically is because some of us Black Americans are trying to avoid trauma. Like we're trying to erase that trauma, trying to reset. That's not specifically Jermaine and I's situation, but a lot of people are trying to escape the pressure of racism.
Yeah.
They're trying to just get a fresh reset. Do you feel like Black Americans can get a reset over here, and what does that look like?
I think they can because I think they're resetting their mind, right? Before I left, I made sure I was over the family trauma, whatever you want to say. The racism stuff, I was actually able to put it in perspective, right? And be appreciative of where I came from and what was going on. Not to say I like everything, but I was pretty much over that trauma. So when I came to Kenya, I wanted to be already whole.
Yes.
So I was able to see the country how it really is.
Yes.
Right? It's like having a person, I guess, having their heart broken. The next relationship you get in, you might see all the good, but it might be plenty bad behind it. So I wanted to make sure I was already healed and my heart was already together before I got here. Now I'm able to appreciate Kenya for what it is, really, right? It's not all roses and all bright stars here. Like I got some stuff here I don't like, but overall, I appreciate Kenya. So that's why I'm here.
Right. So basically moving to another country can make you feel like you have a fresh start and you can reinvent yourself. But just keep in mind, like Jermaine said, everything is not perfect anywhere else. You can go to any country on the continent. And
all right. That was the first thing that I really thought about is, and I actually think it's the issue is that I actually think wherever you go, there you are. And that's something that what O'Shea Duke Jackson talks about. But I don't think you can reset. I think, and as Black Americans, and if you're trying to escape, perceive racism or whatever, you still bring you with you. And part of you is that you're an American. You've been raised, you think like an American, like, you're never going to be an African person. And even though there may be a desire to learn and connect, I don't think that at this big old age, as they would say, that you can really change that. Yes, I agree with you can change your mindset. Like when I go to Kenya, I'm like, let me have more patience because at the restaurant, it's going to take longer. I'm at Carrefour. If you're using M-Pesa, the people in front of you taking longer. When I'm in the US, I'm like, yo, why is this person taking so long? I reset that part of my mindset, and I accept different things as acceptable. So in that sense, I do get a reset because I'm resetting my mind, like Jermaine was saying in the video. I agree with that. But don't leave the United States to go to another country, Kenya, whatever, and think that you're going to be a new person because you are bringing you with you. And if you had problems in the past, you're probably going to make them same problems. Although you do have the opportunity to reset how you're approaching things. It's really about you when you travel. You learn a lot about you when you're going somewhere different. And so I think it's really more about that than it is the place that you're going.
And the common denominator is going to be you. So it makes sense to get healed and be resolved about any familiar trauma, any cultural trauma, any trauma from your country before you make that move. Because I think if you bring yourself broken, like you can come broken and work on the healing process.
Yes.
But I really think,
yeah, if you broken, you Pookie or Ray Ray, and you aggressive and wilding out, please don't come. Okay, don't do that.
being resolved about what it is to be a Black American or slash African American,
Right.
and understanding the history of racism or the history of what they call microaggression, all of these things, your family, how your family was impacted by those things, getting resolved about those things before you come, I think it will lead to even a better experience when you come here.
Yeah, if you have the tools to do it, because I realize everybody doesn't have the tools to necessarily get over every situation.
It's true.
But I will say this, sometimes a change of scenery does help.
It does.
So,
Okay. Yeah.
It does.
Right.
So the number 3 reason why people are leaving the U.S. and moving to the continent of Africa or Kenya is for like faith and spiritual growth, faith and spiritual reasons. For us, that's what led us to Kenya. We came here for the first time, was it 2017 or 2018? 2017?
17.
We came here for the first time 2017 on a mission trip with our church, and our lives, I think, were never the same when we came here. That's the first time I told Jermaine that we should move here. It took us some time to plan. We had subsequently came after that again for another mission trip. But faith and spiritual growth. Do you feel like our spiritual life has deepened since we have gotten here? Do you feel closer with the Lord or anything like that?
I do, because I think I can do it more in peace. Sometimes when back home, it feels like it's an attack.
On oppression a little bit?
It's an attack. Yeah. It's all at this point. It's almost an attack on any kind of religion. Just to be honest with you, but we're Christians, right? So our faith.
So I'm not super religious, but the older I get, the more connected I get with that stuff. And that the culture, religion, those kind of aspects kind of all go together. And yes, in the US, I feel like the US basically is trying to tear down all tradition and things that hold us together and things that create expectations on how you're supposed to behave and how you're supposed to treat each other and all kinds of things like that. And so I relate to that because that's a big draw to get more in touch with the culture in Africa and Kenya, is to be more about people, as we talked about before. We had a commenter from Kenya that was kind of exemplifying that for us with just the warm, good energy, good vibes about people. I think that's really important. Let me see some comments. Majestic Dream Vacation. What's up, man? I see you hit me on the WhatsApp. Yes, there's a great couple to follow, but it sounds like he is falling out of love with living in Nairobi. It's funny because I relate to what Jermaine is saying a lot when I'm there for a long period of time, because you do stand out and it becomes a lot as a light-skinned person. Because Sadia, I believe his wife, blends in more. So you get treated more normally, which if you're a visitor or a traveler or whatever, it feels it's novel, like it's cool. But after a long period of time, it could be annoying because there's positives, but there's also negatives. So people are going to try to charge you more. Everyone sees you, and I think he's a taller guy, so you stick out. You feel people you go to the mall, you feel people looking at you, just because you're different. And so I can see that, if I stay, I think, my last trip, I stayed 6 weeks. I'm kind of used to it now, but it does get, it can be tiresome to deal with at some point. So I get that. They seem to be on that relational energy where you interact with people before you act. Religion is debatable in the modern world. Yeah, to me, it's not really about religion per se, but it's like the respect for tradition and like the way things operate. I think we have to respect that the world that we have built and not try to break it, but advance it. So it's a tough balance. And I think sometimes, people want to recreate the wheel or tear things down, in a certain way that I don't think is good. And I think religion has lasted so long, even if you believe, don't believe, it's lasted long because it's a prescription for how to be. And now I think in the US, there's this thing like, be whatever you want to be. And, and that's cool, but is gone to a far point that may be too far.
I definitely feel like it's an attack back home. Here, people are more.
Yo, change that B to a R, but thank you. Yeah, belief is different. I'm not trying to get into the whole debate. That's not the point for me.
They profess their faith more, just to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the morality here better.
Yeah, people in the U.S. scared to
they got
say
ratchet
what
stuff here too now, but home,
their
you know how it
belief
is.
is.
We invented ratchet. So, you know what I mean? We on a different
I don't know if we invented it. I think that it was probably in some ways just a lust for it.
Where's the next
You
question?
way by our own lust. So,
Yeah, so I think it's in there to a certain extent, and I feel like sometimes it was exploited. But definitely, if you know, for us, we were able to deepen our spiritual life because I feel like, okay, now that we're empty, broader scale, like more day to day.
Right, everybody doesn't want to hear it, right? I get it, but it's not like a
trying to get to
rude
a
or mean type thing. You tell when people not on the same page as you are, but it's like, oh, okay, good for you kind of thing. Versus, I don't want to hear none of that stuff you're talking, that kind of thing. It's more of a, I guess it's more manners here, just to be honest with you. Overall,
more manners.
The manners are better. So.
And I think, like, even since being here, like, you can bring up the topic of the Lord. You can ask people about their testimony. You can ask people what church they go to. And as soon as you ask them that, like, it just opens up a can of worms for them to just start talking to you about their testimony, what brought them to the Lord, what the Lord called them to for their purpose. And then they just are excited about.
See, that's not for me, but I appreciate that, the respect for that stuff. And Kenya is interesting because it's Christian and Muslim. And I think there's an equal respect, at least from my perspective, of both religions and cultures, and I think that's a really cool thing
about it. And they just, one of the things that drew me to move into Kenya, and I know I hear some of you guys did in the comments, is that I have Kenya features, Kenya complexion, and just the hair, the whole aesthetic, right? If I was fluent in Kiswahili, I could probably pull it off and make people think I was Kenyan, right? However, people come for different reasons. Like, so when it comes to African roots, right? Talk a little bit about ancestry, right? Because we're going to do an ancestry test, a DNA ancestry test, right?
If not more than one, yeah.
Like, talk about this. Talk about the FBA, Black Americans and African Americans, and why we consider ourselves African Americans, like why we came here, you know? Well,
the FBA thing, more power to you. I just don't do it. I mean, first of all, I'm too old to change some foundational. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know when my people came to America. I don't know if it was 3 grandfathers ago, 10. I don't know when. None of us know. So I know one thing. I know when you got this darker skin, somebody came from Africa. So I'm just going to remain African American. Everybody who doesn't want to, hey, that's fine with me. But me, I'm going to be African American. There's no need for anybody else to tell me not to be.
And do you think that, like,
that's one thing I like about Jermaine, and I think a lot of Black Americans need to understand, and was the whole point of why I wanted to react to this, because I feel a very similar way, even though, you know, I'm mixed race and all, whatever, but I see a lot of content, like there was this thing in Ghana, maybe I'll pull it up, where the Ghanaians were complaining a little bit about the Americans moving. They don't understand why they're coming. And there was a lot of like wokeness as far as them trying to become African. I'm like, dude, like you can't not be an American. You can't. Right. I think that, and I do think the first wave of people coming to Africa are like, oh, I'm coming back to the motherland, you know, and I feel those ways. Like, I'm not saying that's totally crazy, but bro, you American, like you hear the accent, you got a Southern accent, and Jermaine gets that. I feel like, so I think it can mess with your brain a little bit. 'Cause I think a lot of Black Americans come to Africa, come to Kenya, and think they're gonna welcome me as a brother. You're an American, you're a foreigner, like, and then that goes into the FBA thing, and you know, I think that's Ryan's real name is Abdullah. I know that be happening, but I do think I don't think that's a good way to approach it. And that's why I appreciate what they're talking about. Because you're an American, bro. I'm sorry. You will be, they'll be like, are you a Mzungu? You know?
Is what kind of.
And you think like an American. Like, come on, be honest.
What builds your connection to African roots? Like, do you feel like your ancestors, so basically you're saying you feel like your ancestors are from the continent of Africa?
if you black, your ancestors are from the continent of Africa. I don't care what you say. Like, where else they gonna be from?
But you weren't raised that
You in
way.
the Caribbean, your ancestors were slaves just like ours. So, but before they came right from over here.
And even if they aren't from Kenya, right? Even if your ancestors aren't from Kenya,
it probably
when
won't
you
be.
come over here, you in some ways can feel a sense of belonging. I mean, because sometimes you feel like an outsider, and sometimes you don't, depending on different things.
I think what I got to do for these is clip exactly the section that I want. So I'm going to do that in the future because I don't want to drag it. But that's kind of what I wanted to talk about is like, and there was some other things, but yeah, I think I got to clip it down more narrow for us to grasp it. But in general, Black Americans, you American, dog, I'm sorry. You gotta, that's just what it is. Cause you know what it is? I had an issue where I was flying an American, I fly an American flag at my house. Kenyans, you guys might think this is crazy, interesting. I wonder what you guys think, actually, the Kenyans in here. People think Black Americans question me about flying the American flag because they think it represents like racism and Trump, the negative parts of Trump or things like that. And I'm like, you live here. Like, I don't get it. If you want to say my ancestors survived the transatlantic slave trade and slavery and fought for civil rights and all that stuff, for you to concede, like, if you're not American, then what are you? Because you're not African. I don't get it. And so if you want to concede America to other people when your ancestors fought for it, what is that? That's my question. I'm curious what you guys think in the chat. I know I'm taking it in a different direction than the real estate and everything, where, you know, the business, but I actually think family, culture, business, all that goes together. Seriously. So curious to have a conversation about that. But if not, if you guys don't grab onto that, I will go back to the comments. Also, I have some people talking about the passport bros in Kenya, so we can also prime that up as well. While I'm waiting for some comments from that, Celestine Ayuma, is that how I say that properly? As a foreigner, you might be right about that. The thing I agree with you about is that you look like you're from the coast. I was actually about to tell you that, maybe from Lamu, Mombasa, or Malindi. Yeah, see, I'm a coastarian, but my Swahili is bad. And I'm mostly learning Nairobi Swahili, which is not coast Swahili. So, and I'm always going to have a horrible American accent on the Swahili. So I'll never be able to pass as a coastarian, I don't think, but I'm going to try. PP Bob, typical Black person anywhere, planet, more melanin, darker spectrum, evolutionary biology adaptation, convert solar energy to vitamin D and protect UV light, lighter skin is generic. Okay. Yep. Abdullah Hamdallah. Yusuf, more Arab also, or Islamic. So are you saying that if Africans move to America and have kids there, those children should automatically be considered Black Americans, even if they have a different cultural background? Well, I'm really just talking about how you differentiate these people, because Elon Musk would be an African American, right? So it's a little confused. Like, what do these terms really mean? Is the question that I would have. More so than like what you actually are or not. If you grew up in America, you an American, dog. So yeah, they Black Americans, they're not African Americans no more. But I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't thought about it. That's a good question. But yeah, if I had to put an answer, I say Black American. You can't un-American yourself. People just need to own it. You don't become more woke just because several trips to Africa. It will eventually come through in your speech, thought processes, and behaviors. That's my whole thing. You can't, why hate? Like, find the parts that you like. This is my thing to Black Americans. Like, y'all got to stop with this anti-American stuff, because you go somewhere else, you're an American. When I lived in Germany, I felt more like an American than a Black person. You get treated, if you go to Italy be racist, right? But if you're an American, once you talk, now they're not, and I'm not saying it's good, but they'll treat you like an American, not an African immigrant, which they treat bad, which I don't think is good. But I'm just saying, you're an American. Yusuf said, what? PP Bob, there is a difference between race, ethnicity, and nationality. Obama was acculturated into Black American through socio-cultural assimilation. Assimilation can be genetic also. Yeah, I agree. Get the flag up. Yeah, man, I'm with it. But I love Kenya too, so that's a weird dynamic as well. But I'm American. Majestic Dream Vacations. I'm African, born in America, but unfortunately by nature rooted in American values by birth. I mean, that's the funny thing. And this is something that African natives don't understand, is like, we have a special way of thinking about ourselves that you guys haven't even had to comprehend. And actually someone did a reaction video to one of my videos, and he was saying we're too woke because I was talking about that. And I'm like the most not woke here, but I can see why he thought that. But I think a fish don't know it's wet. So if you grow up with these cultural connections and knowing who you are and where you're from and all that stuff, you don't even question it. But imagine not having it is a little bit different. We talk about reconnecting, but if Africans have kids in the U.S., they're called Black Americans. So why do most Black Americans still hold on to the American part more than the African? Well, if you live somewhere, if you grow up somewhere, you are developed in that system. Now, like, I'm familiar with like Nigerian kids that grew up in America, and so their parents are like Indian Americans are like that, first or second generation, right? Where their culture tries to maintain it. But there's a big difference between American raised and foreign born people from anywhere. If they're Nigerian or wherever they're from, it's different. And I'm not saying it's bad or good or anything like that. I'm just, culture does matter though. It has an impact. Now, the impact has all kinds of variables, but I'm just pointing out that it does have, it's a factor. Isn't that the real gap? What do you mean? PP Bob, America is a nationality. Yes. African is a race of Black people, like Afro-Brazilian, Afro-Mexican. Well, is African a race? Is it? This is the thing. Like, I know like mad British history, right? Like, the funny thing about England is they're all mixed with the Vikings from Sweden and all that, and the Danes. But it just depends on the time period, because at one point there was Anglos, there were Saxons, there were Danes, Scots, the Welsh. Some of those things still exist, but like Gaul doesn't exist, or like France was considered part of Germania at the time of the Romans. Okay, the Normans are Vikings that were given the land of Normandy from the French at the time. So these things depend on the time frame. America has multiple races and ethnicities, hence European American. Yeah, but they would say Italian American or something like that. That European American would be a broad category, but I guess you could use it. Nope. Elon Musk is not African American. Elon Musk is Dutch English ethnicity. Yeah, ethnicity, but his nationality is from South Africa. I got you. Okay, I finished reading that, but these words don't mean anything. But at some point, like they all these things clash together to have impact is really what I'm trying to say. I don't want to get into the semantics, like what word do you use for this person or that person. So what should Black Americans really consider themselves? They're American by culture, but African by ancestry. Shouldn't they be embracing both instead of leaning only into the American side? Well, I think those are two different things. And here's the extra complication is that Africa, pre-colonial Africa, is much different than post-colonial Africa, other than Ethiopia and Eritrea. Well, Eritrea had the Italians for a little bit, but so even Africa is influenced by colonization, and a lot of their culture has been adapted because those aren't their natural religions and things like that. So it's infinite things to talk about. I'm not here to have that much of an opinion about like that per se. So white European, Caucasoid, what? Black African, Negroid. Oh my God, these words. Due to genetic dominance and other socioeconomic factors, mixed Black are phenotypically identified as Black, like Obama. Yeah, but these are all like social connections. European is a race with several ethnicities and nationalities, but that wasn't the case. Italians were not considered white, and Irish were not considered white, and Eastern Europeans, and there were differences, and still are, but they were treated differently within different places, and depending on the time. Jesse Whitehorn, my last name came from a native background. Yeah, Whitehorn sounds very native. African, Native American. Yeah, then you get into that whole thing. Black Americans aren't less African. They're just a different branch of the same tree. The real power is reconnecting, not choosing sides. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of what I try to do. That's why I embrace being American, but I also want to connect with pre-colonial African culture. Generally is kind of like the tribes. Like again, like I was talking about, I don't even know how long I've been on here, but I want to connect with like the different tribes and understand the history, and because these countries aren't really a thing, because this is not how the African people at the time would have drawn the lines in the countries that there are. Italian is an ethnic group of the, yeah, but what is, now see, because you say European race, but there was a point where they would not accept those distinctions. They would not say that an Italian is there was no European race. Just like Africans wouldn't say there's an African race. They would say, based off of the tribal lines or whatever at the time. Now you could start trying to say that. But I don't think they could say that at that time. But let me, maybe I should drop the link here again in case someone wants to come up. If not, we're going to talk about passport bros in Kenya. So this guy reacted to one of my videos, but I thought it was funny because he's reacting to passport bros in Kenya. Actually, let me change my battery real quick before we do that, because my camera is about to die. Oh, All right, guys, since I'm chilling with you on the late night, it's 9:30 p.m. here. Uncle Nearest, have a little whiskey. One of my favorite whiskeys, actually. It is a black owned one, but wasn't on. But it's actually good. I'm not just saying that. This is my. Oh, hold on. Let me fix the white balance real quick. Okay. I was pulled to the side of the airport by custom. Wait, I was pulled to the side at the airport by customs. They asked me how I got my name. Where? What customs did that? That's crazy. Irish and Eastern European or white European race, but not elite white. Yeah. So that's kind of what I'm saying is like, kind of depends. Rich's method. I could not get Uncle Nearest to save my life when I was in Florida. They did not ship there at the time. Also, aren't they in Georgia or something like that? That's crazy. I think both of them are good, but the Black Label one is my favorite. But it's actually good. I'm not just saying that because it's a black owned place, because I would get something else if I didn't think it was good. Water can be defined anyhow, but still water. Okay. Passport bros and girls. Let's talk about that. Let's do it. Let's have some fun. You know, the woke race, black. It is meaningful, but I don't want to. Let's have some fun. These are the type of conversations that probably happen on the members only, because I'll probably end up saying some things that, as I try to keep it professional, keep it classy. Somebody WhatsApp me that, like, yo, I really appreciate you kept it player. I was like, yeah, I try to keep it player. Okay. I definitely try to keep a player. The whiskey, neat whiskey. Okay. Plus that might contribute to me saying something I'm not supposed to say as a business professional. All right, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with all this race stuff. She said, "Oh, I apologize. It's Ryan, not Brian. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for listening for so long. I appreciate all of you guys who are in here. Travis Forney's in here. Tempest Simone, what's going on? Josh English, C Chung, what's going on? Oh, they did likes. Never mind. They liked the video on Facebook. Oh, you saw this rant. Uh-oh. The American and who is not Americans is the craziest talk, since no American is American except for Native Americans. Everyone else is a dang colonizer, immigrant, slave. Yeah, in my older age, though, that's my only thing is like these cultural connections, especially when you think about having kids. Like, what are they connected to? What values are they associated with? The guy Zanu, I think I don't know. He's from Africa. I don't know what country he's from. He has some weird, like, different points of view. And one of the things he was talking about is like, what have my ancestors built that I can be proud of? And I take that to a lower level. Like, what has my family done? Because if other ancestors, people in your family have done things, you can create a legacy of like, you need an ideal to hold yourself to. And I think that's an interesting thing. I actually want to go and like I want to go through like both sides of my family lineage and find like some of the notable things that they have done. And I want to like list all these things somewhere. And I want to like internalize that. But when you have kids, like, yo, these are the accomplishments or things that, people of your family have done, you know. And I think it's something to look up to, and but also have pride in. So I don't know. I'm into all that kind of stuff, man. Weirdly, I'm into medieval history. I love medieval times. I like all that kind of stuff. And like the focus on family, legacy, all bloodline and all that kind of stuff is interesting to me. Passport bros exploded, especially after Me Too movement. Richard's method, and so is telling any Mexican west of Virginia to go home. They owned all the other parts of America before Mexico. Yeah, true. Uncle Nearest is made of Tennessee. Duh, it's whiskey. That's duh. I should know that. Thank you. Very good, by the way. All right, let's listen to this. And so this guy, Alboa Cinema, he reacted to my video that got taken down, but I think this is more interesting, so I'm gonna react to this. He has 1.1 thousand subscribers, and he's talking about the Passport Bros. We'll leave some of his commentary in there, but I think he does a good job of capturing some of the edits in here, which I guess I'm gonna have to start doing more.
Brandon or Troy,
Whoa.
Brandon Dira.
We selling in Nairobi, and we dominating too. See, I don't know what it is, but it seems like people always got something to say about us. We just
So guys, okay, before I get started, that's what I'm worried about with making content, because guys, don't embarrass us. We're a small Black Americans going to Kenya, a small minority. Please don't mess it up. Don't make a bad reputation. And you you gotta be worried about how your people is acting, because I can't even do it, bro. I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I'm talking about. You can't let everybody go everywhere because they're gonna embarrass you, okay? And Kenya's such a beautiful place and welcoming, and we don't want the wrong element going there messing it up, okay? Yeah, my video got taken down because of privacy, and I didn't see the email because I would have just blurred the people in the background, but there were some haters that complained. I don't know why, but it got taken down. I didn't get a strike or anything, but I'm trying to revive the video rather than reposting it because I did stuff with the computers. I don't have the old footage, so I done lost it. Wow, talk about bringing the colonizer mentality with you. Yeah, this is why I see some energy in the content sphere about pushback about Black Americans being there, and they scare them. Like, please, oh God, don't mess it up. Oh God, please, don't mess it up. Don't mess it up for me. Don't mess it up for us. Like, I have such good intentions. I want to learn. I want to assimilate into the culture to the degree possible. And y'all gonna mess it up. Ship this dude back to Thailand. I bet that guy lived in Thailand before, probably. I came across his nonsense also. Hood Negroes be wilding out. See, y'all know. I didn't want to say it. Niggas gonna mess it up for everybody.
If you have not subscribed to Alboa Cinema, this is where you will get everything. So subscribe.
Go subscribe.
So now I have something a bit different, because I saw this story and I was quite intrigued. I think many of you have heard of this passport bro phenomenon.
See, that's why I want to leave his commentary in, because I want to see what the Kenyans are thinking about the Americans, and then there's some Kenyan reaction in it as well, and the passport bro phenomenon. Let's hear about it.
From America, really, Europe stuff. So this is guys who are tired of their women, so they say they're looking for more feminine women.
Oh, that sounds so cringe.
In other places.
But I
In
understand.
places they consider more traditional in terms of leaning more in conservative family roles and traditional family roles. So they are saying they are looking for that. So that is the general perception of it. My personal opinion is that it's people coming to looking for cheap punani.
Oh my god.
And but anyway, maybe they have a point, maybe they don't, but there's a lot of kind of faddist kind of behavior with this movement, if I can call it that. Because me, as far as I'm concerned, I've only seen white old men come to Mombasa here and live with the African
Mombasa is crazy
women,
with
or
that.
others just come here and they get like
You will see
it's been a
some stuff.
thing for decades. What
Yeah.
are people talking about?
It's a little nasty. You will see a 65-year-old, 70-year-old Italian guy with a stained wife beater on, looking like a whole mess, with a really beautiful Kenyan woman, and they might have a kid or two at the table. And I'm like, the colonizers, they're still at it. But I'm coming from the U.S. and I'm a single guy, so but that looks a little bit different. But yeah, it's if you go on the coast, man, I went to a restaurant. It was like a table of 10. Actually, almost everybody at the restaurant, all the couples were European and local Kenyan women. But I mean, he don't have a problem. I don't know. But the passport bros, that's why it's a little cringe. Just going places for women is a little. But I'm like passport bro adjacent because women is in my top 5 reasons of going to Kenya, to be honest. But it's not number 1, 2, or 3, but it might be 4 or 5. So, but members only for more details about that.
Anyway, this was drama, so I had to jump inside. Not like I like drama, but I think this was interesting and a learning moment. Mimi kama baba wenu, uncle wenu, I'm here to drop my wisdom so that you do not step into such given. So I got this story actually from Priscilla Boye. Priscilla Boye. I think this is is it a Ghanaian creator? It came to me through here. So normally, ukipata story pahali, I think it's good manners that you use their source also. Because I have not subscribed to her. I just saw it. It just came in my algorithm somehow. I wasn't looking for it. Just came. So let's see. This is my channel. Please.
Hi everybody, welcome back. I hope you're all doing well. So there's this whole drama going on TikTok right now between a Kenyan woman and passport bros in Kenya, or a particular passport bro, if I may say. So it all started with this.
Actually, that's the.
All right. I really appreciate what Austin Holloman has done. His initial Kenyan content really, really, really helped me, and I would recommend to everybody. But the passport bro that got in trouble was in some of Austin's videos, and I think he brought him out there or something. I don't know. I think maybe he was encouraged to come out there from his content, but we're going to see what he said later. But let's see if you agree, disagree. I don't know.
That's the right context. A particular person.
Yes.
So when somebody is doing something, it's not these people do this thing. No. This person did this thing.
I like that.
That's my school of thinking, because I think it's more accurate and it addresses the particular issue, not trying to obfuscate to the entire population.
What that?
Video that kind of went viral. Take a look.
There's a group of Black American men who have been creating.
So who is this woman? And I thought the social insider. hapo TikTok anaitwa Social Insider. So I'm name dropping ndio wajue niko roho safi. Sina ubaya. I'm just responding. I'm just reacting, you know.
Content about life in Kenya. And then
Hata kakona gap kama mimi hapa sinaona anaitwaje huyo social
Just comment.
Social Insider. Do you want us to create a baby with no teeth?
Oh, he coming at her teeth? Wow, how you do that?
I'm in that mood today, so that's
encouraging other men to leave the US and come settle down in Kenya for many reasons, including the obvious ones. Weather is great, it's not so expensive compared to the US. People are friendly, but more importantly, they're encouraging men to move to Kenya because of the women. They're calling Africa and especially Kenya the hope for masculinity in a man's paradise. They say that Kenyan women.
Why they make it so? That sounds really cringe. Okay, that sounds very cringe. Is it true? Is it true? I haven't been to all 200 something countries, but the level of Kenyan women are very nice. Okay.
One are very beautiful and attractive, but more than this, they say that women in Kenya are very feminine, soft, and submissive.
The thing is, Kenyan women are so soft and kind and feminine.
They're being treated like kings here without even having to put in so much effort, that they only need to send text messages at the right time. And these women, we women, are melting in their arms.
My experience, they kind of just melt in your
They've also melted in my arms and my pocket.
You.
Oh my God. I'm going to hurt feelings on this one. I know 100%.
Just fall in your arms. I don't really have to do much. I don't have to put in that much effort. The most effort that I have to put in is to send messages accordingly at the correct times of the day and be consistent with messaging. As long as you do that, I don't see how you can not be successful.
Their main challenge is actually having to.
Man. This is the problem is I see where they're coming from, but they're young. Also, it's weird because I'm just newly old. I haven't been old that long, but God, they just, I probably would have said it in a similar way then, but it sounds bad when you clip it. That's why I try to be careful. That's why I got to be careful on the Uncle Nearest. And that's why I don't want to talk about this stuff too much, because you start talking loose and then you sound like that. Okay. And there's nothing, it's not wrong, but it just, I get you. I get it. I dap them up. I got you. But we got to find better ways to articulate ourselves, especially it's a phenomenon going on right now. What you say has weight, and that's why I'm always very concerned, but that's maturity or being older, and I'm not knocking them for it. I get it. Okay. Majestic Dream Vacations, keep it 100, Ryan. A lot of brothers on YouTube push this agenda on the side too, while putting down American women. How do you like something and explain it to someone else without comparison? To be fair, okay? I also do not want to put people down, but what if you, oranges are cool, but I like mangoes. Right? Well, I don't like that I don't like that oranges have that extra citrus, too much citrus. I like a mango that's a little bit more mild and sweet, right? To create a comparison, you kind of have to like to describe something, you need a comparison. I think. Maybe I'm wrong. But at the same time, I think when you're putting women down in any women, you're going to sound kind of bad. So how do you compare what I normally have or observe to what I have now, or that I am now experiencing? Especially if you have experienced that thing, but you haven't experienced this thing, and not to call women things. I'm just trying to generalize, like the idea of comparing something. I have to, I'd be like a call, like again, I'm getting in trouble. It's kind of, all right, whatever. I'll just use it. The car kind of drives like an Escalade, but even better or even smoother, or, you know, like I have to compare things to say it. So I want to shoot him some bail on that because I understand the sentiment. But, you know, when it gets clipped, it sounds, it's a little rough. PP Bob, the way the human brain is built for processing immediate and irrelevant information to make split second decisions for survival. That's why people stereotype a small percentage of Black passport bros. Exactly. That's how people think. But we got to know that. So it's really important because this is a new thing. Kenyans are starting to pay attention to it. Albo Wa Cinema, which you guys should follow, is picking up on it. And this lady in the video is picking up on it. As people are responding. And so let's, you know, please, it's not fair. And he said at the beginning, that person said that. So I agree, but that's not how people work. People work in generalities because it's too hard to look at every individual person. So, you know, just let's be good representatives. Like if you're going to be, you know, and this is like the Andrew Tate thing. He was saying crazy stuff, and he was like, "Yo, I didn't think so many people would see it. Now I'm trying to talk more reasonably." I watch that and learn from that point of view, because there's 20 people in here, but if there's 20,000 people start getting offended. They take it a certain way. I don't want to be boring, and I also want to articulate my point, but there's a way to articulate your point in a better way. But maybe that was a spur of the moment clip. I have no idea. Funny how men will go through 304s not wanting to talk the negative of any woman, but we are watching a woman, and many women just describe us all day. The same Kenyan woman, some say they don't. Yes, nature of being a man to some degree, and that's what we got to figure out in the States is, are we being the same or are we being different? Do double standards apply or not? Because one of the double standards is you should treat women with soft gloves, not hurt their feelings because they're softer. But if they're not going to be softer, then you should treat them like a dude. I don't know. So, you know, I get both sides. American women, I'm reading a comment, so don't get mad at me. American women would be a generic term. No, I don't think so. I think American culture is a thing. I think Black American women and white American women or whatever are very close. Anyway, same with Black American women. The way Michelle Obama approaches relationships will not be the same as Holly Berry. Holly Berry, 3 marriages and 15 relationships. But I think what we're talking about, if you're talking, we're not even talking about this, but the culture, what is the Overton window, or what is accepted within the culture? Where's the minimum? Where's the maximum of treatment or behavior? And these things vary. And that's where the difference is. You can like bananas without putting down oranges or mangoes. But how would I describe a banana to you if you never had one? I could only describe it based off of other things that you have context with. Rich's method said I typed more, but the app I think blocked it. Oh, are you going in? Are we going in tonight? I might just stay on here. I don't know. We're having fun, so we'll see. Let's
to say no, picking and choosing, because the options of good women are too many. The application.
I like how she says.
Their main challenge is actually having.
Wait.
To hurt feelings on this one. I know 100%.
Just fall in your arms. Yeah, I don't really have to do much. I don't have to put in that much effort. The most effort that I have to put in is to send messages
I just said
accordingly
messages
at the correct times of the day and be consistent with messaging. As long as you do that, I don't see how you can not be successful.
Their main challenge is actually having to say no, picking and choosing, because the options of good women are too many. The applications are too many. They cannot believe it because they say women in Kenya exist in their femininity naturally.
Oh, he believes.
The most probably difficult thing you'll probably deal with here when it comes to dating is to not accept everybody that comes their way.
Now, if you're wondering,
okay, I gotta say, oh man, you basically what you guys are about to get is the members only content, but because we just launched it today, I'm gonna talk about it. But when I get back in July, I'm gonna share the real experiences. So sign up for the membership. Appreciate y'all supporting. The higher level, the $25 one, you get access to me, answer your questions, consultation, all that. The lower level, support, priority in the messaging, all that kind of stuff. And I just would appreciate it. What he just said is something that is very challenging. Okay. I don't have a problem with women in the United States. I think I'm probably doing above average than the average guy. But my first time in Kenya, I will say, now that's 2 years ago, I didn't know how to handle it because it was so much. What do I do? Who do I talk to? How do I juggle my time? How do I weed out who's like playing games? Because I am kind of, I'm looking for somebody. Okay. But it's hard with like so much options. I'm sorry. It really is. So what he's saying there is the struggle that I had to talk with myself. Like, you really need to be more selective and intentional about what you're doing. Like, it's almost like I'm like the woman out there. Women have mad guys always reaching out, trying to talk to them, mad options. I'm like, but I want to be intentional. I want to build something. Okay. But it's kind of hard when it's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. It's a lot. They say it. Hold on. What y'all want me to say? I'm trying to keep a player. Okay. Also, I'm that's I can't even say it. I got something going on that I don't want. Members only. We can talk about it. I'm sorry, because it has real life ramifications. Every society has an ideal culture and multiple subcultures and personalities. Yeah, but I think in the US they trying to tear all that down. Like anything goes. Like, what is a woman? I'm a man today. I'm a woman today. Okay. That's anything goes. And so that's to my earlier point. He says, say it. It's been a subject the moment Austin set roots in Kenya due to his past, probably not totally fair, but himself and many others like him help strengthen those stereotypes. I appreciate I don't like to knock Austin because he's done a lot, and I just admire a young person just taking a risk and going out there and being really honest, even against a lot of the pushback. And he add extra spice on it? Sure, but like I'm interpreting what he says. My brother's 24, 25, the same age, right? So like I could filter what he's saying and really appreciate the jewels in there. I think other people not, their interpretation a little bit different. But I really do appreciate and admire to think what he's doing and what he to me is kind of like a younger man on a journey. Like now he's doing a political content, and I don't want to make this about him, but he gets a lot of hate. I don't know. I don't want to join in the hate brigade on him because I think what he's doing is a net positive. Although I don't, he has more power than probably he expected. Just like me, even 20 people in here for me is like kind of crazy. So, and the impact I'm having on the real estate content and everything and consultations that I've been doing. What I'm saying to people has a lot of weight. So it's impactful. And I'm older and, I'm more aware of that. So I take more responsibility on how I communicate, maybe. You talk up those women and put our women down. Only American men are out here whipped by feminism and raised mostly by single moms, saying don't point out any negatives in our women. Other men don't. Yeah, I think it's bad on both sides. I've talked about it a lot. I'm not trying to. That's a conversation, and I'm willing to have it. But yeah. While you don't get the same vibe from others like Troy or Check in Effect. Look, I really appreciate Kevin Samuels. Like, I don't want to disparage anybody, especially personally. I think, I don't know, oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I didn't catch it. Yeah, I mean, some of it's a maturity thing. Like a young man, like, I would be saying the same thing. That's why I'm not mad. Don't accept the women's bad behavior. They leave them and choose good women. So if the women want a man, they have to get in ship shape. I think it's continuing what he's saying here. It's the same for me too when I visit 254, which is the best. But I get worried people want to try to take advantage of the friendliness, and I don't like that. I feel defensive about it, and I'm not even Kenyan. I think the women should be protected and not like, I don't like the idea of someone going there just to to use people for fun. That's like the thing that's cringe. And I'm not saying anyone is specifically doing that or anything, but that's where the line needs to be at, is like there. Levels of understanding change with knowledge and experience. Yeah, like for sure. You have to be careful. In reverse, the American black men are on BS. Even white American men are not doing this BS. We know for a fact the black American women and those who assimilate into it become freaking difficult too. Yeah. You have to move slowly and focus on your hobbies, businesses, and skills, and you will cross paths with a women don't like the word female, which somewhat I get, because women, I forget how to explain it, but female is like I don't know, but whatever. Because would you say males, or would you say men? But whatever, it's not a big deal to me. Over there with the same vision and weed out the hang-alongs. Yeah, it gets hard. Look. As a guy, it's difficult because you work your whole life to get somewhere, and then you have all these options, and then you're expected to limit yourself. It's a little bit of a challenge, I think, but at the same time, like collecting women gets old. Yep, difficult to deal with other cultures or race, accept this low standard. Listen, man, you don't see a problem. You lost and programmed. Let's not give all Kenyan women a pass. A lot of them live that pay-to-play lifestyle. So I was on Scott Ensley, his YouTube. I kind of told a story on there, but that is true too. But what game are we playing? Okay, because if we're playing the double standards game, then we should protect the women even against themselves, right? They shouldn't they should be protected from making bad choices. Now, if you're in the US, let them do what they're going to do, because they got this, they could do the same stuff we do. You know, that's where I'm kind of coming from on that. I don't know, but yes, the pay to play, like that's the thing. If you don't understand women, they will get all your money if you're simpy. But at least they'll be nice about it. Like, you'll feel better about it than in the US. You could still do the same thing, but they'll just be mean to you. And for some reason, these guys still giving them money. They give them money to talk to them these days. That's crazy. Because of this nonsense, we now have white people reversing the term black fatigue. The black fatigue. I kind of wanted to talk about it, but it's too risky. It's just code for the angry black man and the angry black woman turned on a minstrel show head. People are done with people are done with black people acting poorly, pretending that there's a shield that you can't tell them nothing because you're white, and if you say something, then race will be weaponized against you, when I'm actually the one acting bad, is the way that I look at black fatigue. And I do understand the point, because you can say anything about white people. You can't say nothing. Black people, you can say anything they want. You know, white people can't say nothing. And I'm not trying to defend them, but that's how I've been seeing. That's how it's been going. I would assume every culture pay to play, except in the middle of a single block in Saudi Arabia, where all men and women. Yeah, this is what I was saying before, is there's some kind of nature of, there's a nature. There's always going to be some of that. No, they pursue you. They are not innocent as we think. Wow, they're not. But again, we have to decide as culture and society, like, the agency of women in a way, right? Like, who is responsible? Because in a traditional sense, the men are responsible for the women. So if they are doing self-destructive things as a man, that is your fault for allowing them to do that. Now, if we live in a society that says that men are not responsible for the women, then sure. I mean, if they make bad choices, well, whatever. They're not innocent. Whatever. That's probably the biggest issue that I have, is like, we got to pick where we're landing on that. Don't get me wrong. I think Austin does a lot of great with pushing how great Kenya is. I don't like pushing. Then there's the flip side that comes with being young, forward, and what some say may consider immature. But I mean, if you're 24, 25 and you're making money on YouTube, and these women are coming to you, and, I think America, in a lot of ways, is not a friendly place for young men, that is telling them that they're not worth nothing and everything they want is bad. I understand this manifestation of his reaction. And so we as an older, person, kind of judge that, but I empathize and understand where he's coming from. But again, it depends on the class you're dating from. Yeah, that's a big thing in Kenya. The class. Just mention his name as an example of many current younger. Okay, you're using his name as an example of other YouTubers in the space. Yeah. See, but he's the lead guy. He catching all the flack. That's why I never like a pylon, especially. So, and I'm not saying you are. I get what you're coming from. We have talked about this before. But you know, I just, what if it was me? You know, is how I think. Do Kenyan women see passport bros as genuine partners or just as opportunities? I think that's my biggest struggle for me in Kenya, and I was talking about this before, is I don't have a problem for you liking me for money or being a foreigner or exotic to some degree. I just don't want it to be the number one thing. And I think what in the stew of attraction is that particular person? Are you like, how much do you like my character is probably the thing that I want to know the most. But like I said earlier in the stream, if I had a daughter and we were analyzing a guy for her to date for some reason, whatever, his financial status and opportunity would be a factor. And I don't think that's wrong for women to factor in. I just don't think it should be the number one, probably not number two. Character should be number one. But for me personally, that's my struggle because I hear all these horror stories about how these women go after foreigners. And if someone I'm dealing with says something, see, this is really members only. If they say something that could be similar to something that someone would say if they were after them for money, it would be it's a big red flag, and I'll pull away. And then because I have so many options, it's easy to replace them. But that you shouldn't approach things like that, because if you're trying to build something with someone, you got to kind of go through issues. So that's where I've been with that. That's way too much, by the way. That's members only. Okay. So subscribe to the membership because I told you that. Definitely investment opportunities. I don't think that's true. A lot of the, but also I'm meaning like attorneys and women with jobs, but also some without jobs, but they have aspirations, university, things like that they're doing. I don't get the sense that all of them or most of them even are talking to me because of an investment opportunity. To be honest, I don't believe that. Maybe that's my ego. I don't know, because I'm lit. No, but I don't think so. 2 months in South Africa, 1 month back here in Nairobi, 6 months a year ago. Yes, pay for play is here. You don't have to be about that life. And it's the oldest job in the world. The problem in Kenya about the pay to play is they don't tell you till it's like too late. That's members only. Oh my God, that's too much. That's way too much. But yeah, you don't need that. And I'm not into that. It's not even interesting. Like, again, I'm a little older. I'm like that middle age. So I'm in between the passport bros that are girl crazy and the older guys that just want to buy a house in the country and fade away. I'm in between that. Bro, the Muslim girls I've encountered are the most hidden freaks. Listen, play to play, pay for play is everywhere worldwide. So who just said Muslim culture? No P for P. I had a Muslim girl here. No nonsense. Yeah, that's in the U.S. I'm in the Philly area. We see that a lot. They be garbed up and what they do. Yeah. Anyway, he is from the Luo tribe. I know Ryan is going to ask how I know his tribe well. His mom accent. That's probably what I would have assumed. Also, the name, the letters and names sometimes I can tell from, but I appreciate you. After 1965, society was changing with increasing levels of education. Black men should have gone into IT, since women will always be hypergamous, I think he means. The passport bros are middle-aged. The black ones, I don't know about that. Guys, I gotta do a super chat if you really want me to do it. I want to get to some of the reactions because this video is kind of hilarious. I'll do this last one. Or want to develop some potential women where you move will typically pursue your personality when you're doing it. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's continue with the passport bros in Kenya.
You know what a passport bro is? Take a look at this video.
Passport bro math is when a guy leaves a Western country because apparently all Western women are gold diggers. But then when he gets to that third world country, the first thing he does is he leads with his wallet.
I think after that video went viral, this lady...
That guy is a simp. He just mad. I'm sorry. Guys that tear down other guys are just doing that to look good to women. That's corny. Corny.
Well, it's being said with a little bit of spice, but that's I mean, that's basically the crux of it, you know. So yeah, but Jesus Christ, dude.
He from Kenya decided to come out and let them know why the women may be behaving like that over there.
Tell us.
Towards them. Take a look.
There's a bunch of Black American men that have settled in Nairobi or settled in.
Huyu anaitwa Cherina 254. Cherina.
I just want to say, women are the biggest haters of women. But let's hear what she has to say.
Cherina. Acha nisikie kitu anasema naone kama tunaweza mfollow.
In Nairobi, and they're making content around Kenyan women being soft, feminine, sweet, and they are being treated like kings compared to how they are being treated in America. And as a Kenyan woman, I'll be honest, it's the money, bro. Is the dollar that you came with from USA that is giving you the
USA. Umesema Cherina, umesema USA. Akia Mungu bana. USA. Anyway,
I know some words.
True. Brother from America, that's true. It's the money, baby. It's the money. I
do want to read this. Don't ask me why, but I'm still awake at 5 a.m. in Nairobi. So big up, Ryan, for a good life. Thank you. I really appreciate that. This is like my second time doing it, so I appreciate you. Do you have jet lag? Like, what's going on? Also, you're making me want to wake up in Nairobi real bad. I've been here slaving away. It's real hard. My back hurts. I'm tired. Everyone's annoying me, trying to build this business. It's very frustrating. So you make me want to be out there. Oh, God. It's not the money. This idea that these women are just after the money, I don't know if I agree. Yes, if you're broke, they're not going to want to deal with you. But I think it's one, like if it's a hexagon of stats, money is one of them, but it ain't all of them. Anthony Clemenston, welcome. That's what I'm saying. These young men don't have money to travel to be passport bros, so it's typical middle-aged guys. I don't know. There's some a lot of these guys are younger than me, but they don't have money. They're coming out here. They really don't have money like that. They save up and they got a bulk of money to seem like they have money when they're out there, though. So I kind of agree and disagree in a way. The original passport bros, the European dudes going to Thailand and all that, they are old. But I think the passport bro movement we're talking about is like the younger black dudes mostly. This is like a newer age thing. It's not a new thing because I know it's been going on for a long time. But I think they're talking about, I don't want to say like the Austin demographic, but that's kind of what it is. And I know he doesn't want to be associated with passport bro. He wants to define himself, and I agree. So it's a little unfair to put him there, but people like that, like people that he got in the video. Women look for potential and how comfortable you can make them. Then they decide to be with you or not if you approach them. Yeah. I mean, that's reasonable for them to factor in. Yosef, Ryan, let's share notes when you get back. Oh, this is real members only, but there's women that have been in content of other creators. Nairobi's a small place. Ryan, you can't eat love. Women know that more than men. You can't eat love. What does this mean? I think I'm Jay. I don't know if I can love again. That's a members only thing to talk about. What I don't understand is why we risk going places like Colombia and Latin countries to get robbed when you could go to Africa and visit countries like South Africa and Kenya. Because a lot of these guys, they're obsessed with the Latinas, to be honest. Because if you look at, Austin talked about it, like his audience at first was real. There's this fetish with South America and Latina women. That's a little bit different. And is it colorism, the beauty standards? I think all that stuff plays a factor. He just cashed up J Rello money for his next flight and told NYC the future to join J Rello out there. Oh, okay. J Rello, I don't know a lot about him. He just seemed cool. He invited me on his platform. I'm always, if someone recognizes me and wants me to speak on their platform or come on, or I really do. It sounds corny. I appreciate being acknowledged because I don't know. I'm just out here being myself. And also, I have boundaries on what I would do for content. So I feel like I'm kind of boring. And so, like, when people like it, I think it's cool because I think my limit is minimized because I'm not saying bombastic things generally. I'm doing boring business, finances, budget. I'm coming from a different place. So I appreciate when I'm acknowledged. So shout out to Jay Rillo, Scott Ensley on YouTube. I appreciate him having me on, and I'm curious to see how his time in Nairobi is going to be. Nah, bro, not all Kenyan women are money hungry. I can attest to that. That's for sure. I know a lot of good women out there. I'm cool with plenty of working professional women are self-sufficient and will dig you for the vibe you put out, for sure. I can attest to that. Anthony, where the crime rate is lower than these Latin countries and there is not much of a language barrier. I know. Yeah, but they just worship in the Latinas, bro. I think it comes down to that. And it's cheaper. And they don't have money. Going to Africa is not cheap because of the flight. So that deters a lot of them because, to be real, they kind of broke. He just got robbed in South Africa for assuming it's safer than Brazil and Colombia. Who got robbed? South Africa is not playing. Anyway, back to the passport. Just let me get over here.
And I think you should know this, young one.
Level of treatment. Let the dollar run out, Troy. Let the money.
Oh, she said Troy.
Oh, don't get on by it, Troy. Oh,
why she name drop Troy like that? Ugh, what? Troy don't even say nothing like that.
Come on, it's Troy. Okay.
Now, that's when you will find out that Kenyan women.
There's some spice. Like, did he do anything that you're so spicy? Anyway, content doesn't add a little spice. But anyway, is there any like previous animosity between these two?
I know, right?
Because but Troy.
Yeah, his laugh is killing me.
Oh, little mercy.
It can also be rude and disrespectful. You want to play with Nairobi dating scenes with no finance, Troy?
Why should you doing that?
It's
I
not
didn't
the
hear
accent that is sustained that relationship.
Washamba wanapenda your accent. Wanaweza mpea for a while ujue your accent. Si unajua hivyo.
I didn't catch any of them words. I know some Swahili guys, to be honest. Like, I'm not that bad.
Kuna washamba
I didn't catch
ukipata
it.
tu kakijiji fulani ukipata tu right side. Asikie your accent nini.
Naskia is like,
don't tell me.
listen.
Okay, it's momentary. Once they realize they can't eat, it turns. But the accent can. It has an advantage. Don't sit here and say this.
The accent's an advantage. Okay.
Mzungu akikuwa area.
Mzungu.
So this one is like Mzungu light because it's from America.
Oh, Mzungu light.
It's not the bling bling. Huh?
I understood a little bit
also counts.
what he was saying there. A little bit.
Let's not lie. Come on. It's an indicator at least.
It's an indicator.
I know what she's going to, I think, but it's an indicator.
Locks. It's not the fact that you're saying you're
Mademu anasema anapenda dread.
bling bling. Huh? It's not the dreadlocks. It's not the fact.
Mimi hizo vitu zote nimeona watu wakipewa juu hizo bana. I've seen women giving some homies some love because of those things she's mentioned. It's a fact. They might not be like the main, but mtu anapata kitu.
That you're saying you're related to Kanye West.
I don't know what he said.
It's not the fact that you're saying you're former producer of Drake. It's not the fact that you're saying that you know Beyonce from there.
What?
No. It's not the hip hop songs.
Also, I think her attitude is coming from it. I don't know if he does those things. He said I'm Kanye West's Beyonce bro. If it's that kind of name dropping is very cringy, and it's like you're trying to, you sound like a snake oil salesman. You're trying to pad your resume. I know this name dropping. If you know them and you've done those things, I guess it has some merit to it, but it's not the thing you lead with all the time, because it should be obvious with your resume and your money. You know what I'm saying?
Is the fact that you came with a dollar sign. Let the money run out. That's when you will find out.
Yeah. See, okay. So women say this, let the money run out, but like, I think women should leave you if you're dead broke. Like, why is she staying with you? Like, that doesn't mean that's the only reason they're with you. Like, I think as a responsible man, you should have your finances in order where you don't go broke. If you let your money run out, you are being irresponsible as a man, especially if you have a family, a woman, kids, whatever, even just a woman. Like, that's because I think I agree that you would be responsible for your woman. You're ultimately responsible for what happens in a traditional or ideal scenario. So yeah, it's bad. Like, you should be left by women if you let your last dollar run out. Like, why didn't you do something? Like, I don't think that's a bad thing, but that also doesn't mean, that means that she thinks the same way that I'm thinking, right? Like, that means that she thinks, like, that doesn't, what I'm saying is, that doesn't mean that she only cares about money. But if you can't be responsible as a man, which part of your responsibility is making sure that the financial security is in order to some degree. I mean, maybe she's working, whatever, but I mean, ultimately, you are responsible for the direction of our family unit, in my opinion. So I don't see the problem. That doesn't make a woman less than, because that if the money runs out, she's going to leave.
But in Kenya,
that also doesn't mean that she doesn't like you.
Money speaks multiple languages.
Facts everywhere.
Facts only.
I know they're not telling you the truth. It's not because you have the most charming.
But is this like a secret? Like, don't people know this already?
Right.
Like, doesn't he know it? Doesn't Troy know it? Doesn't he know? I think Troy is. Let me hear Troy's
personality
first.
It's not the fact that
Troy knows.
You know, you have a nice accent and you have, you know, nice culture. Leroy is the dollar.
Cherry, you know all those things play a part.
Yes. Thank you.
Stop. I think you're now being over the top, you know, just for the hell of it. Yes, we know the money is very important. Pia, the prospect of a green card. I mean, hello, you didn't mention green card. Has she mentioned green card?
The dollar runs out. That's when you find out the truth.
Yeah. So after that,
I think the green card is just as important as the dollar.
Really?
I think Aruba will say, okay, this.
I've never really encountered that. At least they haven't given signs that, because they know I'm trying to move to Kenya. So I've never felt like they trying to get to the U.S., especially now, because it's harder. I think even if you're married, it's harder. So I think that's over. Anthony Clemenston in Colombia, you'll stand out in addition to the fact that South Africa and several Central American, Caribbean, etc. have high crime rates. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think they're going for the green card, but maybe it happened. I don't know. I'm talking about Nairobi mostly. I don't know about the coast.
This guy, yeah, maybe he's a bit of an a-hole, or maybe it's this, maybe he's broke, he's not as rich as I thought, or maybe he can't do this or that, but he can get me to America. The green card definitely has a bigger pool. You don't think?
A video also went viral. This guy started to respond to her, right? Because he said that he's not going to tolerate any disrespect. Take a look.
Bobby?
Of course.
Oh, this is Brando.
Oh, God.
Brando Dira.
We selling in Nairobi, and we dominating too. See, I don't know what it is, but it seems like people always got something to say about us. We just...
Oh.
No.
It's one of these ones. Troy. Is it Brandon or Troy? You're one of these ones.
Just minding our business. But now you don't woke up the beast.
Oh.
Lady.
Oh my God, who speaks like that? Now you woke up beast. I'm on the internet, mate. Like
some black Americans
beast,
speak like
beast
that.
mode internet. This one or this one? Oh, so funny.
Okay, now this mess inside of a $200 apartment.
A $200 apartment is pretty nice, like especially here in Syokimau. You should try it, Troy.
This is not true.
No, this guy has totally lost me. He's an idiot. I can tell. It's the idiot. My idiot, sensor is going off. Idiot boy. I know. I have smelled this one. He's an idiot.
You should be lucky that passport bros are here to save your ass.
Oh my God.
No. Oh God. That was terrible. I didn't hear this far in the video.
Is he like
no?
Does he own like a factory around? Does he do like big business?
Oh my God.
Brando, maybe I should know.
Oh no.
Are you a big shot? Brando. Let me search that one. Brando.
Yeah, I don't know this guy. Oh my God.
Brando.
I'm cringing.
I don't even know you, bro. Roman, no, even the internet doesn't know. Where is the place? Oh, Priska. Okay, that's a channel. 20.
The average
let's go.
Traveling is making anywhere from $5,000 to $15,000 a month.
These niggas is lying.
Where is that stat? I need to know, where did you get that statistic? So that's say 600,000-700,000 shillings.
These niggas be lying.
Make that, yeah, Sindio.
To
15,000, so it's like 2 million shillings. Yes, we have these bank managers here being given 200 million per year. Anyway, let's hear what Brandon.
2 million per year is not a lot.
We don't need you. You need us.
What are you? Oh my God.
Oh
boy, what are you doing here then?
I didn't see this part.
You left your first world to come here. You left your first world you don't need us. You don't need all the women. What are you talking about? Homie, you are in Kenya. This is third world over here. You are here. You left America. Do you know how many people are trying to get into America right now? You see it. That before the orange man closes the gate. You see how people are struggling trying to get in.
Yeah.
By the guys, you don't need to go illegally. America, you can go. Just have something important to do. Be productive. You go to America. But America is not. Anyway, so homie, you left America to come here. Okay.
Let's get this clear. We set the trend. We don't follow the trend.
Oh God.
What the fuck is he talking about?
He cursing.
He's like he has these lines he has to recite. This is like a recitation of some talking points. Yeah, this woke people. Yeah, he must be woke. Definitely.
See, this guy be calling things woke. that ain't woke. That's
so there's a lot of negativity, brothers. And if you can.
No, the way you've spoken already. Now let's be serious. The way you've spoken, it's all nonsense. What do you mean there's only negativity? And these passive aggressive people, they're talking shit to you, but then they call you brother, or like these people. This behavior. It's immaturity. I want to hear him speak some more, but already he's in the dumpster.
He's in the dumpster.
2 less points, you'd be a chair.
These women keep talking negative about us. Let's just leave and see them scrape.
Oh my God!
I don't believe they had asked for your presence. I think we need to pipe down the self-importance. Pipe it down. Jesus Christ, dude! The arrogance you have here. I'm starting to fear you might be a multimillionaire in dollars. Let's hear if maybe you can say what your company is.
Most of these women been living in huts anyway.
Come on, this is bullshit. You live in Nairobi and which hut is in Nairobi?
Hut.
Mr. Brando Dira, or what is it, Brando Dira or Troy? Which huts are here that you live in apartments that with water and every facility? What are you doing? What are you doing here? This is actually the grade of videos is.
See, this is kind of my problem with content, is that this is what people see and latch onto, and it become. Kevin Samuels talked about it. I really appreciate Kevin Samuels on a lot of the stuff. Is that people latch onto it, and that becomes your representation, like the way that we represent ourselves. And now the internet is very important. So like a lot of people will see this, and it creates a perception. You only need to see a couple Black Americans talking crazy till you create a stereotype or a prejudice. And I'm not knocking people for creating it. That's what people do. And it's just like, oh God, please, no. But also, shout out to Albo, or I'm sorry, if I'm not pronouncing it right, maybe he'll comment. But his reactions are hilarious. But also, I'm intrigued at Kenyans' response to Americans. Like, I want to know what impact are we having, But yeah, Rich's method, he needs to stay in Thailand or Colombia. There was a guy in Salvador, Brazil, sounding like this guy too. Yes. And the thing is, these passport bros, a lot of them are broke. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. And that's not shots at anyone, but they broke.
Just increasing. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Why do you speak like this? You can't be this arrogant and be this dumb. Why? It's impossible.
You know what though? That's being an American, is loud, proud, arrogant. That's an American thing. That's the culture. To some, like it is. And it has downsides, but it also, we're number one,
To be this arrogant and be this, it's not possible. It cannot be allowed. We cannot have such.
Sam,
Jamani.
But here's the deal.
Yeah.
Hi, Jamani.
What's the deal, bro?
Our social economic standing is so high. We shouldn't even tolerate this bullshit. People have a lot of stuff to say about passport bros, but I'm here to tell y'all,
City.
Passport bros are here to save y'all. Yes.
You see,
if y'all don't know, y'all better understand this. If you don't understand anything else, Be careful for what you say to a person that can control your whole economic foundation.
Oh, no, I can't. I don't think I can do this any longer. That's the worst thing I've ever heard.
Are you doing this for the views?
He's doing it for the views for sure. That looks like Tattoo City. What is it? The apartments back there, which is in Riru, which is like 40 minutes away on Thika Road. That's my real estate side. I try to pick it up. I could be wrong, but that's what that looks like, which is weird that he's out there, to be honest. But it is more affordable to be out there. A lot of influencers out there in that area, allegedly. But let's hear what we get the reaction.
Mr. Brandon
I can't
Odira.
take it anymore.
What is
please.
Brandon Odira? Okay, Brandon Odira.
Does this guy have a lot of viewers? Like, that's what I'm worried about.
Brandon Odira. Gashagwa Master. So there's some people talking about the raw truth about Nairobi. So it's one of these guys doing the doc. Is he a doctor? Is he if this is you, Negro, if this is you with all this with this, oh gosh, my health and fitness routine. Let's see. Entrepreneur New York.
I do gotta say, PP Bob, it's a little reason for the membership is like, I don't think I'm ever gonna get a mass audience by being boring, reasonable, and try to be measured in my commentary and explanation about things. I think you make a lot of money on YouTube and TikTok and Instagram by saying that stuff. So in turn, I made the membership, people that mess with it, people that support, like, I don't want to tear someone down to raise me up. If you like what I'm doing or the type of information I'm putting out there, that's what the membership is for. Like, hey, I appreciate the way that you're going about this. And maybe there's some kind of understanding, like you not being dramatic about it, I appreciate. So I'm going to put some bread up, because if you're dramatic and you go viral and get millions of views, then you get a bunch of money. Again, you know, this is like kind of a hobby. But yeah, you know, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe that dude was played by some girl and he's fronting now. I figured it out. The orange Cheeto painted his face black. This guy's Donald Trump. I don't even think Trump would say nothing crazy like that. Men like him made Austin rebrand. Now Austin doing geopolitics and history content. You know, I love it. Like I see the journey he's on, Austin. Like because I remember seeing when he first started putting the women in the videos heavy, I'm like, this is not going to last long. It's going to be a problem. And like your piece is going to be ruined. They're going to be like, oh, you was out with her. I was like, this is never going to work, bro. And then he took the women out the videos, and then he's trying to find the right angle. I'm in the same boat. Like, is what I'm doing today consistent with the rest of my content? That's a thing that you have to consider on YouTube, that you guys, you know, if you're not trying to do any YouTube stuff, you might not see. But I think that's evolution and growth now. I don't know how that's gonna work, but it's really cool watching what he's doing, to be honest. Being boring and reasonable can make you peaceful and sustainable. Yeah, I'm peaceful. I'm already there. But it would be nice to succeed here. I don't know. That's some you don't want to be associated with that ignorance. You know, I think people just be like, how can I say? I think I don't like anytime. I always can pull the good out of things. But just because you like an aspect of something shouldn't mean that you are judged with that thing, if that makes sense. So I'm my own. I have different points of views about different things, but I can appreciate other people, and I get you don't want to be associated with whatever, but that doesn't mean I don't know. I think they're cool. All right, Ryan, you ran up against EYL and won. Hey, crazy! Forgot market Monday night on EYL. Yo, okay, let's go. I was about to say some hater stuff because EYL, they be having some suspicious people on there sometimes. And that can happen to anybody, but I appreciate it. That's crazy. That's real crazy. This is like my first real live. The other one, if you guys watch the other video, I was just testing out the equipment. And I wasn't even really planning on doing lives. I was just waiting to go back to Kenya before I make more content. But then people started coming in. So it became like a thing. So you guys, I appreciate you. In the past, they pushed young men to military to deal with high testosterone. Now they are content creators with it. This is my young men are not having avenues to apply themselves. Like young men, like, okay, I'm going to be an apprentice of whatever trade, and and if I have discipline and I work hard and I'm competent, I will be rewarded. That kept men on track. Men had a track. Men want to say, point me in the right direction and I'm going to do the thing. And not, and there's different tiers of quality and people and all that. But now, if you do all that, you hold the door for a lady at Wawa or Walmart or whatever, she don't even acknowledge your existence. You get a decent job, you're making 70 grand a year. These young men are being ignored and they don't have a path to success, or it's not even success. It is respect. I don't want to say honor, but just you do it like approval, they don't have an avenue for that. I'm referring to the video you were just, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. That guy is tripping. I don't know what he talking about. Why are all of Ryan's YouTube trying to be politically correct in between, bro? Anyone can see that guy was a complete douche. I'm bringing that word back. I try to, you know why? Because I'm imagining the people, if I'm talking about someone, that they're in the room. I know that's not how the internet is done, and I may fail at this at some point, but I think it's real corny to talk about people in a certain way where if they were there, you probably want to talk about them. And you might think those things, but it's like if I seen that guy, I wouldn't go up to him and be like, why are you talking crazy? You making us look bad. You know what I mean? Like, but if we had rapport, I might start bringing that topic up. You know what I mean? So this is why as a middle-aged guy, these young guys get on these microphones and get views and stuff. I can see how it can make you crazy. Or that's why we see all this crazy internet behavior, right? For me, I try to remember the humanity about this. Okay. So again, like I wouldn't go, even if I really thought someone was dumb, I wouldn't go up and be like, yo, you dumb, So I want to talk about, if I'm going to react and talk about somebody, I want to do it with the humanity that it deserves. Keep a player. I don't know what sounds better, but that's how I want to approach content. Again, I don't need this to live. So I have the like a YouTuber, they're gonna have to twerk for YouTube. I don't have to do that. Now, do I want to be successful and increase the reach and all that stuff? Yes. But I'm not working for YouTube. So that's where I'm coming from. Vacation time with Ryan also says, I don't want to offend, but the guy we were watching have no two shits about offending. I can tell him he's offensive. Yeah, but their values have nothing to do with how they have nothing to do with me. I want to stand on my point of view. And part of it is not just trashing people you don't know. I mean, yeah, this is a pretty trash opinion. And it's, I'm laughing and think, I don't agree. I think you guys got that. But do I got to be like, he's a dickhead, he sucks, that's where I'm like, ah. And again, I've been a young and dumb person myself. I have probably said many cringe things. So there's the pot and the kettle and all that whole thing. There is avenues out there, but doing a trade is not sexy for many men. It's not sexy because the reward is not adequate, even though they make good money. They say women run the world, but that's not true. But men are motivated by their social status, which the way that women look at professions affects what they care about, and men would care about or want to get involved with. And so if you are a plumber that makes $100,000 a year, you might still be invisible as a man. And I think that's the fundamental problem, because you don't have a Lamborghini. Mm-hmm. So that's the degradation of our society to some degree. I was 92 Yankee. Oh, what's that? Supply 88 Mike is truck driver. When that MOS still existed, yeah, that fool needed a daddy in the military. Both would have shared him. He could not insult another man like that without repercussions. 92 Yankee. Is that like an administrative thing? I was 25 Bravo Army. Dang, that's familiar, but my military, it's been a long time now. Fathers used to give approval first, but with 70% of black kids, single mother, internal strife. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big believer in that with the women, because dads can see through the BS and they can see a good guy when they see one. I meant both would have slapped him. Yeah. I feel you. All right, let's see what else are you talking about.
Count. Oh, so Brandodira is those guys who do everything without a shirt. Man, I'm fit, yo. I'm fit. Did I tell you I'm fit? Let's see. Let's see.
Did he have a lot? Oh no, that's
Brandodira. Let's
how many
see.
followers?
Oh, new account. Lifestyle, self-care, level up. Okay. Let's continue.
I want to know if he thinks he has. So, are there Kenyans that act like that? Like, is he familiar with this behavior? Is what I want to know. Are you like? Is there a Kenyan version of that that's equally prevalent? I'm curious. I really want to know.
Be careful, because one thing about me is that I'm the final boss and on toleration. No. So you women better recognize right now.
So okay.
I feel like he's reading.
Is he going to like beat them? Is he going to deny them jobs? Is he paying rent there? Where, Madam Chira? I don't know with them. Cherry now. Jerry, does this guy pay your rent?
He said no.
This is a very childish human being. Bottom line, like they're always talking like, yo, I'm the final boss, like yo, hip hop, yo.
Oh, there's no Kenyan version of this. That's a little cringe.
Who talks like this and wants to be taken seriously? Mr. Brandon Odira.
Like we know about that. Like
Seriously,
this,
like
like
you don't
it's not
realize
everybody,
how
but
idiotic you look, how immature.
like that's a thing. You know what I mean? Like we know that guy. So for you to say there's no Kenyan equivalent of that, what's that say about us? Maybe that's a problem. No one is telling this guy you suck, so he doesn't know to change. Back to the same issue. Some women, more than most, have horrible behavior. Tell them. The thing is, you can't just yell from the rafters, you suck. Someone that they are willing to listen to has to tell them their problem. So just yelling you suck actually will make them act more like that, I think. But I don't know. Never seen it. Yeah, that's a problem, bro.
You don't realize that. Brandon or dear.
I'm about to get off at some point. It's almost 11 o'clock here.
This is what diminishes the brand of this personal growth thing. There's some legitimate concerns that you bring forth, but then you come around here and you talk like this. Who are you? Like, because your talk shows that you're not really worth much. In fact, let's continue.
You can control your whole economic foundation. Y'all better be careful, because
like what is wrong with this? This is delusional talk. Delulu. This is totally this guy looks like a Luo, by the way.
He looks like a Luo. 92 Yankee was quartermaster. Oh, y'all supply quartermaster people was real annoying, man. Oh, y'all just messed everything up if they didn't like you. If you're with JSOC weapon supply, if not, then think about your supply sergeant. Yeah, I know. Bad memories. Bad memories, bro. Supply sergeants. In the Army, supply sergeant had a lot of power. You had to sign stuff out. And if they didn't like you, they give you a hard time, make you stand on your head to get something that you need to accomplish a mission. Really annoying. If they liked you, then they made your life easy. They never liked me. It was real annoying. Dispatching vehicles. That's not supply sergeant, but that was also annoying.
Yeah, Luo. Are you Luopian?
One thing about me is that I'm the final boss and on toleration. So you women better recognize now you're dealing with the final boss.
He's reading this.
Sharper than a razor, baby. Don't play with me. I'm everything your man could want to be. I'm tall. I'm handsome. I'm fit. I'm rich. I got the education, and I'm from America.
Oh no.
That's okay. I might give you tall. What other than this? What did he say? I am
in a razor, baby. Don't play with me.
I can't do this anymore. I'm finished. He's killed me. I don't know if I want to do this other one. I think I might be done for the night. Oh man. My brain hurts from hearing every time he played too much of it at one time. My brain hurts. It's funny. I changed how I did my setup. So last time I was looking at y'all like this. Is that weird? Is that weird for me to look in the camera? Because I have a screen here in the camera that I can see the comments. But I also have a screen here. And as you can see, there's a screen here. Was it weird? Is it weird for me to look at y'all like this? Or do you like the third party thing? It's not that we manufactured the supplies, and worse, if we ever went missing or like, oh man, I got stuck at work because some night vision goggles were missing. It's really horrible. There's 20 people in here, but there's only like 3-4 of y'all talking. So I want to know, don't be a ninja watcher. Say something. Also, today I launched a membership. You can sign up. The $5 is really just to support and appreciate what is going on here. Obviously, you get like a little thing where I can notice you in the chat. I'll respond to the comments a little bit earlier or sooner as much as possible. I appreciate y'all. The big one is the $25 membership. That is, I'll be doing consultations, providing value. You know, you can message me if you have questions about business or whatever, but really Kenya real estate is the big thing that people want to ask me. But you have access to me. You can text me on WhatsApp, and we'll do a consultation. And if you need help, I'm definitely there For you guys that are not on the membership, if you're broke, I'll probably still help you out, to be honest. But it'd be nice for people to sign up. Just, to keep things going. I haven't made a lot of content. I haven't been out here, but I'll be in Kenya in July. I'm going to talk to some accountants, some attorneys. I'm going to talk to figure out the leasehold, freehold, all that, some avenues to own property without the 99-year lease. What happens if you do have a leasehold, buying land, starting a business, all that kind of stuff, taxes, accounting. We're going to talk about all that with some professionals. Hopefully I can get at least like 2 during this trip. And then slowly I'm moving to Kenya, so I'll be there more frequently. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for supporting. Thank you for commenting, because I want to be able to even do this if you guys weren't participating. So appreciate you guys. Have you looked up the cost of those night vision joints? Well, this is why we need to make America great again, because the cost that I can buy them and the cost the government buys them for is 2 different crazy things. Okay. And they wasted our tax money. Oh, members only. I'm kind of kidding, but I'm kind of not. Like, on that point, that's, we got to be more efficient with our money. We be wasting our tax money. Anyway, Yosef, what's up, man? I appreciate you. Are you in Nairobi? Where are you at? You said you know Swahili. But I'll be there in July, around the 10th, the week of the 10th, I'll say. I really don't like kicking it with the Americans, but if y'all are, if it's y'all, it's cool. All right. But random people, I don't know. Ugh. Like even Kai, I almost canceled on Kai. He's in all the videos, and I'm super happy I did not. I was super late. I don't know. I didn't think it was going to connect. And then we done videos and all kinds of stuff together. We're about to link back up again. KCMO. Quanini. What's this? I don't know what that means. But yeah, I'll link up with y'all, the cool people, but I know there's weird people on the internet, so we'll see. That's why we got to filter them out with the membership. Anyway, I would love more ideas on some themes or some things that we could talk about, some questions that you guys might have. Whatever it may be, I would love to talk about it and hear what your point of view is, and have a content agenda when I get to Kenya. So please let me know. Whoa. You said Desert Storm or Shield. Either way, they were damn new back then. Either way, I joined in 99. I was in the Army in 06 to 10. So I was OIF. I was there during the surge. I was in Western Iraq. I was in Fallujah, Adamia. Oh man, what's the other? Takadum, TQ, we called it. I was attached to Marine units most of the time, so I was in the West. After the Battle of Fallujah is when I showed up, so it wasn't popping like that. But yeah, I was in the West. But technically, I'm a computer information systems guy. Oh, you're 45. Okay. Dude, Desert Storm Shield is crazy. I heard that's real crazy with especially if you were like in the beginning part of it. They blew up a lot of stuff, and I heard y'all seeing a lot of stuff. And then you got Humvees with no doors. That's crazy. Early Iraq was like that. Humvees with no doors. Like what? Or the plastic door. Meanwhile, I'm a kid watching the Humvee on History Channel talking about the Humvee is the best vehicle ever. That John breakdown, can't go over 55, 60 miles per hour. No armor. Oh, terrible. But then we started having armed ones later in my deployment. So interesting. Would love to know what kind of content you want. I in my mind, I want to keep it real estate focused, but then it makes it hard to make more stuff. I'd have to wait until I can show property or talk about real estate, and real estate can be niche. It can be limiting. That's what we covered a lot of different stuff today. I got the hiccups from Uncle Nearest. I'm like a cartoon character. Luckily that wasn't me, but I had many friends who FUBAR. Yeah, man. That's good. Military is something else. For them young guys out there, military is probably the best bet in the U.S. But whatever. Anyway, we're winding down. Thanks, Riches. Yosef. Who else do we have? PP Bob, Anthony Clementinson, Majestic Dream Vacations. We actually met up in person before, so that's dope. Celestine was in here. Mr. Jesse Whitehorn was in here. Appreciate all you guys. Please let me know what you want to see, and we'll try to do it. Maybe I don't know. I could do live on a lot of different idle times that I have when I'm in office. So we'll see. See you guys. Thanks.